Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 19th of March, where I'm coming from. And I hope everything is well where you are. Hobo Joe in the house, yo, yo, yo. Jag, yo, 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 give up your stagflation. Hey, everything stays stagnant for us consumers and persons of the working class in terms of our means of subsistence, while the inflation hits hard outside of that. And we're getting to enjoy that in accelerated fashion thanks to the Iran war and the reckless behavior of some. And reckless not always for the reasons that people give for the Iran war. Not reckless because they didn't know what they were doing. I definitely think they knew what they were doing and they did it anyway. That's why it's bloody reckless, if you ask me. But yes, thank you for checking in. If you're watching this also and you are able, you're not just lurking today, make sure you say hi so I know who's there doing the roll call. And yeah, today we're going to be, guess it, we're going to be covering the Iranian situation again. And definitely don't have fatigue on this issue yet. We're going to milk it for all it's worth. But it does have large ramifications for everyone now. It's not just one of those wars that happen in those faraway places. It's definitely impacting the global economy. And we're going to get into that today. There is implications. Potential global financial crises to crises, implications for the world. We're going to have a look at Palantir's involvement. But first of all, we're going to jump to some interesting news that's kind of, I guess you would say, a little bit more current, a little bit more breaking. Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel have fronted a committee of some sort. I can't tell which type of committee it is. I think it's a Senate committee or something like that. And Gabbard has been trying, as she usually does, as a lot of people in the Trump administration, the Trump regime try to do, which is kind of justify the seemingly unjustifiable. We've watched Pam Bondi struggle with that. We've watched Kristi Noem recently struggle so hard she got fired. So we'll see how Tulsi Gabbard goes, because last time she was in a position like this, she stuck her foot in it hard, and she got in big trouble. So if I don't know if you remember, but last time the Iran situation was happening in June last year, she said some things like, well, we haven't actually taken out their nuclear facilities, and Trump was not happy and she disappeared for a long time. So she's resurfaced again. I need to step straight into the limelight, so we'll have a quick look at that. Woozle, how you going? Hope you're well. And yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. It goes a long way, helps with the algorithmic gods themselves. So let's have a quick look. I actually haven't had a chance to look at any of this stuff yet. So let's see how Tulsi Gabbard's getting pumped. What is it? During a Senate Intelligence. So it is the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing on Wednesday. Tulsi Gabbard was pumped, was getting pumped in the Senate. Let's see what she has to say for herself. Like I said, I really am interested to see how these guys perennially have to justify. Is that how I say it? Perennially have to justify some of the more outlandish things that the Trump regime has done, Supreme Leader Trump has done, like how they wrangle that in. It's a feat in and of itself. It's the mental gymnastics of the gold medal variety. Let's be honest. Let's see what happens here. See what all the fuss is about, shall we?
Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities.
Hobo Joe, I do have a bit of a sideball question for you. Hey, I have been hearing about WA succeeding from Australia. I have seen stuff like that as well. Like beyond like videos coming up in my feed or like the most random headline, I haven't looked into it. Do you think they could be possible, and how would it affect the rest of Australia? Like from my understanding, very interesting question. Very interesting. Let's go. Don't forget, Joe Kent's wife died in Syria. Okay, thank you very much, Dilemmas. Good to know. I won't forget that, even though I didn't even know it was relevant. But like now I do. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Do you think it could be possible, and how it would affect the rest of Australia? Look, from what I understand about Western Australia, and like no offense, yeah, it's all about the context. And I got about zero coming in there hot from Dilemmas. From what I understand about Western Australia, it is, and no offense to Western Australia, it is just a fucking resource. Like if Australia is one big hole in the ground that everybody comes to extract resources from, like that is definitely Western Australia, if you know what I mean. And so yes, could they do that? Like, could they, and just like get foreign investment in to continue using them as a resource bowl? Then I'm sure they could. Would it be beneficial to them if they succeed? Like, will they be a big enough economy with a big enough population to be relevant as per their landmass? That's Australia's problem in a nutshell. So Western Australia would have that exacerbated times 10. So like, would it be beneficial for them in the long run? I don't know. I don't think if they have the overall governance architecture to be able to support becoming a nation state if in their own right, unless they had some very, very strong security guarantees and agreements between the rest of Australia and themselves and the region, like with Indonesia, especially. So, like, I don't know how successful that's going to be in a fracturing world. Like, if we were talking about this happening in the 80s and the 90s, and you have people saying that it's the end of history and capitalism is just going to chug on forever like that, then maybe. But, like, in a world like this, hey, I don't know, man. I shared a vid about WA secession in the stream chat. Oh, there you go. The issue isn't if WA can do it. It's what the federal government would do, losing that resource profit. Okay? Why this shit pops up every so often? Why? Why? I ask you. Why? Yeah, so like Australia's federal government, there you go. Dilemmas is the expert. Like, would the federal government risk losing that income? Eh? It sounds too good to be true. 20% tax on all mine resources. Keep GST and no income tax. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be lovely? No income tax. It sounds like some strange Cayman Islands style affair. I don't know about that though. It sounds too good to be true. Like, it'll start like that, and then they'll incrementally introduce things that are like that as the economy doesn't go as planned, and the plan, yeah, things don't go to the order, etc., etc., etc. So, like, I don't know. Here's the Hard Yarns podcast. These dilemmas redone it for you. Here it is. Secession, no income tax. Could Western Australia be its own country? We'll find out if you read and listen to this Hard Yarns podcast. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. So, like, I don't know, man. It seems like wishful thinking kind of stuff. But, like, let's be honest. On the other side of the continent, as they are, they're almost like another country anyway, aren't they? It seems like that. It seems like they're very, very dislocated, and like they run their own affairs largely. But like, it's a big order. It's a big ask. Woozle? Oh no, Wookie. How you going? Morning all. Welcome. We're just having a quick chat about WA secession. Would like to know your thoughts. It just seems like, a governance issue for me, to be honest. And like, in the fracturing world, I think Australia would have a better negotiation position on the table if WA was to stay. Like, we'd have like a better overall position to negotiate with world powers, like renegotiate with China, and like, negotiate strenuously with the US and for our strategic interests, I guess. Did you see Sky News interview Drew Pavlov about the NDIS thing? Hey? No, I haven't. But you know what? I was actually thinking for Far Right Fridays tomorrow, we'd actually go through and watch the actual piece that Drew Pavlov and Pete Zed did on the NDIS thing. So I think we should look at that. I watched the debate between Drew and the Aussie Groiper. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, Wookiees, I think we might have to go and have a look at that tomorrow. WA would be silly to leave, really. There you go. We got some insights coming in. Woozle saying, fuck no, I'd rather clean my ears with a cheese grater. Savage. All right, shall we? I want to have a listen to how Gabbard gets reamed by the Senate.
Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Leading
Yes.
question.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Yes.
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations,
Where are
correct?
you going
Yes.
with this, sir?
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote,
Anyone see this study that showed a Fox News watcher is half as informed as someone who watches no news? That's pretty funny. Like, come on, eh? They could make studies about anything. I watched the debate, so you don't have to. Yeah, but like, was it any good though? Like a Groiper taking on Drew? Hey, why not? Hey, Groipers have got some good points. What about Drew? Does he stand for anything? Does he stand for anything at all? I don't know. I know Fox Business has been a good source for recent events. Hey, I think there is a distinction though between Fox News and Fox Business. Fox Business is fucking balling, bro. It's just not very business. I'm just like struggling still with the dichotomy. Like, you know, it's Fox Business, but like it doesn't seem very business oriented. If anything, it might be a bit dangerous for business. But like getting the inside scoop for days. 4 days.
Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that a nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by
I see what he's doing. He's laying a trap. Watch out, Tulsi. He's laying a trap.
last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House.
Oh, no.
Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran.
Look at this guy. Like, if there was a fucking cliche of what an American, like, military officer would look like, crew cut and everything, bum chin, so good. Is he AI? I'll put it to you. I'll put it to you. Like, it's just, he's just a cliche. It's fucking incredible.
Maintained. The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Senator, the only person
No, not worth a watch. A lot of yelling at each other. Everything is because of the Jews, etc. Yeah, but like that's the Groyper angle. Does Drew put that down? Hey, interesting. All right, fine. I thought like because Drew is just such a fucking what's the word? He seems very. I'm just gonna have to go with something lowbrow. He just seems very up himself. And so it'd be interesting to see him go against a Groyper, I guess. It was supposed to be Australia-centric, but it devolved into America-Israeli politics. Fair enough. Tulsi, stop wearing my camos.
who can determine
Chamois? Actually, I don't know if I'm not sure if I understand that word. I'm going to go with chamois.
what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
and
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the
Card drying cloth. Oh, sham. Wow. Okay, right.
intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the
Here's the
president
problem.
based on a volume
No,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent
It's
the
called the worldwide threat hearing. Like, come on. That's like the job of this panel. You're supposed to present if they're going to be a threat or not. Come on.
IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the
It is
question.
the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is
You're here-
provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House. Let me
Wow. Damn. Hammered. She can't say it. So, like, what am I to take away from this? Is that her job is to provide worldwide threat level assessment because she's part of the Intelligence Council or community, I guess. That's what IC stands for. And so that's her job, to collate all the information from the intelligence community and give it to the administration, the regime, so Trump can make a call as commander-in-chief. And like he's like, you, as Miss Head Honcho of Intelligence, do you think that there was a nuclear threat? Bearing in mind that you said last year there was no threat because it had been obliterated, was there a threat that justified this war? I cannot confirm or deny these things. Fuck. Unintelligence Council, I guess. Her job is basically head juror. Read the in line, and she can't do that. Like, did you see her looking down she's like, fucking just stick to the script, say the thing, and then I can just move on. It's not worth it. Don't go off the script.
Let me move to Iran. Now, I understand, and I appreciated Director Gabbard, your comments yesterday about agreeing that the president has sole authority, I guess, in his bones to declare whether something is an imminent threat. I didn't agree with your friend, Mr. Kent, but I didn't, again, I agreed with him yesterday on the fact that there was no imminent threat. I guess what I'm concerned about, one thing is, even in your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been
I
no
love it. It's so good. Operation Midnight Hammer. Forgot about that one. It's one of my favorites. I think that's Ravy Baby's favorite one as well.
efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir, I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the
So
portions
you chose to take
of my oral delivered remarks,
You chose
sir.
to omit the parts that contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that, he had no idea, was shocked that the Iranians would move to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be?
Skip through this stuff. Hey, she's running out of time. What do you expect? Come on, man. Got to keep it concise. That's what the American people want. Voltaire, how you going? Hope you're well. Hey, very interesting. So what's this guy grilling her on now? The Strait of Hormuz. Hey? So Trump has Trump really come out and said that? What a fuckwit, honestly. So he's come out and said, hey, I had no idea this was going to happen to this strait. Who could have guessed that the Iranians would have shut down the strait? Even though they did, they did say that multiple times, that they'll area up and they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Like, they did say that, and Trump's denied it. Interesting.
Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control over
Why would the
Strait
president
of
say he was
Hormuz.
amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again? Reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states.
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have
Well,
been
let me
and
ask you this.
continue to
Did
provide
you brief the president? Did you brief the president?
Decisions.
Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice, that the likely result would be that Iran would strike?
A war of choice? Hey? Has America ever been in a situation where it hasn't had a war of choice on its hands? Like everything, even down to the Revolutionary War. Hey, it was all a war of choice, right? Has America ever been in a situation where it's not a war of choice? I guess some Americans would argue that World War II was not a war of choice. Like, they chose not to go into it, but those goddamn Japs had to bomb Pearl Harbor, and that was it. It was all over after that. That was not a war of choice, I guess. Didn't she sell shirts in 2019 that said no war with Iran? Is that true? God damn, you better have some backup for that jet. I'd love to see that. Fucking hell. This is her wearing a t-shirt that says something about the Ayatollah on it. There's no war with Iran. It's so good. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to predict that Iran would retaliate. Yeah, I know, right? What, 9/11? Like, do you reckon, like, yeah, but that wasn't a war. That was a terrorist attack. Or unless you reckon they, like, what did the Americans classify 9/11 as a war on America? Do they? Interesting. That's an interesting point. Come on, Tulsi, take a tip from the Wong. Say, I'll take it on notice. Wow, look. I don't know if this is the right forum for that, is it?
Adjacent Gulf nations, and result if he starts president. Did you brief the president?
Decisions.
Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice, that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available to inform his decisions.
Senator Collins.
Well,
Let me move to.
Yeah, she's here at a hearing, And what, she can't divulge personal conversations? Like, what's the point of this fucking hearing then? I cannot confirm or deny that one. What a clown show. Every committee hearing is just the government asking questions to people whose lawyers told them not to answer any questions. Or they're asking for classified information every single time. Yeah, I guess so. All right, that's in the house. Yo, what's up? Give up your pointless hearing. Well, it kind of demonstrates that, like, yeah, look, apart from it being pointless, yes, but like it just does demonstrate that, like, they're fully aware of the effects of this war. Like, they're fully aware. Like, there's a lot of people I find that talk about this war in the sense of like, oh, you know, reckless Trump, what an oaf. He dragged America into a conflict, the region into a conflict, and now the world economy is going down. He's such a reckless man. It's just like, well, no, he's not reckless in the sense that you're making out like he's just woke up this morning and was just like, oh, I'm gonna fight Iran. Like, no, it's not that at all. Like, they know exactly what's going on. It's reckless because they do know what's going on. And did it anyway because they don't give a shit. They're more than happy to fuck over their allies in the region. They're more than happy to plunge the world into chaos, risking global financial recession. More than happy to do that because there are particular interest groups that surround the Trump regime and the supreme leader, and their interests are being served. And I'm going to put it to you that in a surveillance capitalist world, there is a new bourgeoisie. There's like a new element of the, you know, the economic elites that kind of run the world economy from a Western perspective, and they have incredible say and influence. And they're running with this one. Like, war's great for these people. The merging of the military-industrial complex with kind of, you know, Silicon Valley and the AI overlords. Like, you know, they got some new toys, and they're happy to run with this stuff. And, like, we're seeing that now. And, like, she's just like, well, you know, we had the intelligence. But, like, do we care? Like, what you're asking the wrong questions. You're asking, like, did you not know that this was going to happen? She's kind of sitting there like, well, yeah, of course. We're the intelligence community, you fucking idiot. Of course we knew this. The real question is, did the president give a shit when you told him? And I'd put it to you that he didn't give a fuck at all. Congrats on the 2.45 subs on YouTube. Yeah, 4S. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Happened overnight, I think. They know they're going to make bank off the chaos. Yeah, and it's not just bank now. Like, with the military-industrial complex and, like, our fucking techno-feudal overlords, the brothers of tech. Like, this is setting them up for the long run as well. Like, the information, the battle-tested technology that they pull out of this in terms of artificial intelligence and, like, you know, and all the other myriad of architecture, digital architecture that comes off, like, fighting these types of conflicts now. Like, it doesn't matter if they lose. It doesn't matter if they plunge the world economy into chaos. Actually, you know what? That might help them in the long run because it'll give them more control digitally over the world because people will be more and more fractured and people will be more and more in chaos. So, like, they'll turn to the surveillance capitalists and the surveillance state to fix their problems, and they win. They win big time. I think they're asking the wrong questions, these people, I'm sure. Posted sources in Discord? No fucking way. Oh my God. That is hilarious. Bro, say it ain't so. Oh man, see these people. Hey? No way. Tulsi Gabbard's no war with Iran shirts might backfire today. That's hilarious. Tell me there's a picture of him in here somewhere. I gotta see this. Hilarious. Posted 18th of March. Where is it? Man, what is with this news source? Yeah, here we go. Director of sold T-shirts that read "No war with Iran." Here it is. Tulsi Gabbard, no war with Iran. Get our troops out of Iraq and Syria now. No war with Iran. This is true. This happened on the 6th of January in 2020. Eh? I hope her intelligence was provided to Trump on this one, and it said something along the lines here. Eh? No war with Iran. Look, we gave him the intel. You know, she's probably telling the truth, eh? She's like, look, we gave him the intel, and like he makes the call. Like, he decides what's an imminent threat. I told him what an imminent threat was. He doesn't give a shit. He decides what's an imminent threat. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm telling this guy, right? This is an imminent threat, Trump. And he's like, don't tell me what an imminent threat is. I'll tell you. Go fuck yourself. And so I went home and I fucked myself. That's Tulsi Gabbard's testimony right there. If you really want to know the answer to all of this, it's right there. I don't know if I'm going to give this any more airtime, unless anybody else has another part of her story that we need to hear. Her getting slammed by someone. Did you tell the president? All right, let's listen to this one. One more. Did you tell the president?
Service.
Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to point out in response to some of the previous comments, twice in the last 2 weeks, as recently as last Thursday, Senator Patty Murray, the Appropriations Committee, put a bill on.
She had to say at the hearing that what she was saying at the hearing was not her opinion, but was just the consensus of the intelligence community.
The floor that would have fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, and the Coast Guard for the rest of the year, leaving the focus on the dispute that we have with the conduct of ICE as separately. So inexplicably to me, that bill was blocked by my Republican colleagues. It would have, as I say, fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and then focused the attention on the situation with ICE. So I just want to be clear on who's blocking funding for those 4 agencies. I'd like to ask Ms. Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, Director, both of you, were either of you in the room or your designees when the president was making the final decision about taking this action against Iran on February 27th, 28th? Was there an intelligence committee, intelligence community present in those deliberations? Mr. Ratcliffe, your response?
Senator King, I'm probably in dozens and dozens of briefings with the president. I don't know if there was a single meeting where there was a single time where a decision was made.
Were those dozens of meetings right during the lead up to this war? I know you've met many times, but I'm talking about it in the 2 weeks or so before the decision to go into Iran was made.
Again, countless meetings with the president.
During that period?
Countless. If I could count, I wouldn't be able to tell you because it's just too much. There it is. CIA just stands for cuckolding Iran attempts at this stage.
During that period.
Director Gabbard, were you present in those discussions?
Likewise, yes.
The reason I'm asking the question is there seems to be a discrepancy between what the Intelligence Community has reported over the years and what the president has said in terms of of this action. For example, Senator Wyden read the report from a year ago that strikes against neighboring states and action to close the Strait of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community, and yet the president says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him? Anybody want to answer that question?
Anybody? Nobody? It's so good. It's like a comedy routine. It's like Nobody? All right. I'll just keep on asking questions.
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the president gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard.
Yeah, I know,
what
right?
I can
We told a lie to eat tofu.
tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region, and that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
Any predictions to the president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that?
Yeah, I know, right? I promise I won't be mad. I just want you to tell me. And he's got like old, he's got like grandpa vibes, this guy anyway. He hasn't raised his voice or given off the aggression yet. So it's like, I promise I won't be mad. Just tell me. Like, all you have to do is look at a map. Like a child could tell you that they would shut down the strait. Like, they do have control over this pass. Like, it just makes sense. Like, all I'm asking is like some of like the most important people that need to have basic intelligence kind of thing. Like, but the most basic understanding of this stuff should be able to inform the president of these issues, right? That's all I'm trying to establish here. Is that a problem? I'm not understanding this one. I would love to be a fly on the wall in those briefings with Supreme Leader Trump. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. So, and like, wouldn't it be shocking as well? Like, where they're like, how this guy's like, anyone, like a child with a map could tell you this one, and they're in the meeting, and the intelligence community is like, look, Trump, okay, they're gonna shut down the Strait of Hormuz. He's like, come on, tell me which one's the strait again. Which one are we looking at here? I thought Iran was over there. No, Iran is here, and they do control the strait. Can you point at the strait? What's the strait again? God, this is bullshit. Is that energy? Sorry, I'm not angry. I'm just I'm just disappointed. It's that energy, 100%. You all should check out the capitalism debate on the SBS's The Feed at some stage. IPA/Gina Reinhardt Stooge versus Purple Pingers. Interesting. I might have to check that out. Oh, wait, could you link me? My God, I'd love to have a look at this. A capitalism debate versus a Gina Reinhardt Stooge and someone who's called Purple Pingers. They have the word pingers in their name. Oh my God. I'd love to hear from this person. Everybody would just be kissing his ass. Yeah, but like the intelligence community, imagine like them having to dumb it down as well. It would be funny. You're putting a lot of faith in the American education system. What? This guy being like a child with a map could figure it out? Well, not a lot, but still too much. Stuck between Iran and a hard place. Am I right? Anybody?
Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this action?
I'm telling you, you got to spell it out for this guy. I'm telling you. He probably doesn't understand what you're talking about. Let's just build a canal and name it Trump Canal. It would be the hottest canal in the Middle East. Yes. And we can build the whole thing in Syria. It'd be great, right? That'd work. Tell me that would work.
That long-standing assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The president said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the president take
how does this guy do this? I don't know who this prick is, Mr. King over here, but like he's really holding it. I guess when you get to a certain age, you're just like, it's not worth it. Don't worry about it. And he's like, let's just move on. All right, you're obviously not going to answer the question. Let's just move on here.
A brief from the intelligence community? Said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the president take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the president, I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I brief the President of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific discrete issues. Sometimes there are dedicated sessions that last
10 to 15 times a week. So he basically is saying he briefs him on security matters like twice a day. Twice a day. Now, the question was really interesting from Mr. King, though. You got to admit, it's just like, does he take briefings? Now, like, just because somebody gives you a briefing doesn't mean you take it. Like, does he internalize it? Or is he fucking eating Maccas and looking out the window while you're talking to him? Like, thinking about his next Truth Social post. Maybe the airstrikes are them just trying to bomb a new canal all the way to the Caspian Sea into existence. Yeah, it's just the start, right? Stanley Plakak, 1806. Angus King is a true fool. Doesn't belong in Congress. He should be a dog catcher. Fair enough. We know somebody who actually knows about... Is that Mr. King that you're talking about? Hey? That doesn't sound so countless to me. Fuck, that is great. This guy can count. All of a sudden, our friend over here can count. I've been in countless meetings with with Supreme Leader Trump on this one. All of a sudden, he's racking up 15 meetings a week. Well. He can count after all, dude. That's so good. Woozle, sure he do. That would mean Trumpty Dumpty is actually listening. Trump schedules all 15 meetings when he's out. Lets the guy talk to an empty chair. Yes, he's eating Mac as well, thinking to himself how much work he is doing while he just sits there and gets told information that just floats from one ear and out the other. There it is. Savage.
Hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the president on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you.
He counted twice,
Could you update
bro.
us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a...
She's checking the notes every time. She's really sticking to the script on this one. LMAO, Trump replaces the chair with a basketball and wig and a pulley system with a what? A spatula for an arm. A spatula for an arm. And an answering machine that says, yeah, okay, well, let's do it. That's so good.
a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Weekend at Trumpies. Instead of auto pen, it's auto dribble. Hey. So what did he ask? Can the regime be changed with boots on the ground, or all this crazy enriched uranium be taken out with boots on the ground?
Without boots on the ground.
Can it be done without boots on the ground? Sorry. Can it be done? Anyone?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to a closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to 1 billion people by 2050. Do you believe that is a national security threat that should be addressed. The Syrian refugees were about 6 million, and they upset.
Oh, slow down. We don't know where he's going with this one yet. Thank fuck. Someone is talking about CC. Well, it's only in regards to like migration so far. It's just like, look, if all this stuff is true, right, with these atmospheric changes, that's like 200 million people, possibly a billion people that need new homes. Do we assess that as some type of national security threat? Members of the intelligence community, I would like to know more.
The politics of Europe for several years. We're talking about 200 million to a billion people on the move. I believe that's something we should be discussing and that the intelligence community should be assessing. Director Gabbard?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of drivers of things like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment, voluminous annual threat assessment, migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous.
Fuck yeah. I gotta start using that word. I gotta say it like her too. Voluminous.
It's like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment is focused, again, on the priorities laid out by the President's national security strategy and on the effects that we can take action
Oh, here it comes. I wonder where this is going. Well, fucking so original. So original. Hey, Perseo 7279. Hey, I thought, actually, that sucks for a bot. That sucks. That sucks. Nice try, though. Nice try. That's why I wonder why I can't see your comment there, Woozle. That's interesting. That's their job. If you haven't counted for the unknown unknowns, you're fucked. This chick can't even handle known. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, can't even handle known unknowns. America will declare war on everything except climate change, but Hegseth will spend 7.4 million on lobster tails. Get fucked. Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from? No way he spends that much on lobster tails. That's crazy.
Action to protect U.S. interests.
Well, I would suggest combating climate change is something we can take action on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the matter of media reports about Russian or Chinese collaboration with Iran, I would point out that the media is not a classification authority. And that kind of story, whether true or not, might be better suited for the FBI to investigate on whether there's been unlawful disclosures of classified information. I would also say it sounds like something Russia and China would do. Communist Russia used to do it during the Cold War, and Communist China has always done stuff like that. On the Patty Murray legislation, not only...
Yeah, did you fucking read that, Tagard? Are you serious? Are you saying Jesus to what I'm reading here? It must be the thing in the chat, right? These bots are crazy, man. Why is this bot so infatuated with Africa? I don't know. What's going on? This is one crazy ass bot, man. Seriously. So angry. There's a lot of angry people out there. I guess if you went to a Senate hearing committee, whatever the fuck these things are called, you'd probably be angry too. I don't know how these King guys sat there and were so calm. So calm. My God. All right. All right. He loves farm work, apparently. Someone loves a bit of farm work. Yeah. Just a little bit. My God. All right. That's enough with this. Seriously. That's enough. That's enough. The lobster tail was just for 1 month because the use it or lose it funding. They spent heaps on Alaskan king crab and ribeye too. So much for no fatties in the Pentagon, eh? Dude, we'll post source in Discord. So good. Oh, is this the debate? The beauty of capitalism. Capitalism broken. Influences debate billionaire wealth. Oh, thank you. You legend. Wouldn't mind looking at that later. That sounds pretty funny. That sounds hilarious. Can't even spell the word correctly. I know. That's the shameful thing about that. You know, if you're going to fucking insult someone, like, just get the spelling right. Seriously. Like, come on. God forbid they use the extra funding to feed homeless or house them for a night. Yeah, God forbid. Maybe they could just start throwing lobster and king crab or whatever it was. What was it? King crab? Alaskan king crab at homeless people. That might help. Lobster for moi. Hunger for thee. There it is. There it is. All right, there's one other thing that I want to look at before we get into other stuff today. Like, apparently they're going to get together a national cabinet meeting in Australia to speak about the fuel crisis that's happening at the moment. I didn't realize what a national cabinet was. So national cabinet, if you're not sure, is the Prime Minister will get together all the premiers, the heads of the states and the territories together in a little room. And they all they probably do it remotely these days on a Teams meeting or something. But they all get together and decide what needs to be done about the fuel crises that's plaguing the nation. So I guess there's that. Was that Hegseth spending to secure the funding for next year? And they give seafood before war as well. LOL, the mental image. Just in September alone, 15.1 million of ribeye steak, 1 million on salmon, 272 orders of donuts. Get fucked. For 130,000, 124,000 for ice cream machines, 26,000 for sushi preparation tables. Get fucked. What? Seriously? And he was complaining about fatties in the Pentagon? That's crazy. Is Vegemite in the national cabinet? I see what you did there. Hey. That's pretty funny. They give the troops surf and turf before they do an invasion? Yeah, apparently. But yeah, so the national cabinet is like a group of, the Prime Minister and like his top ministers, so his actual cabinet, and then the top, like the cabinets, I guess you would say, of all of the states and territories. And they all get together and they talk about what they're going to do about the fuel crisis, apparently. So this is being called, and this is happening today. So if anyone's on the beat and they see this come up today, let me know, because I would like to know what they come up with this whole fuel crisis situation that's happening. And like, from what we understand from Tulsi Gabbard, all right, like, Trump is the guy who decides whether or not shit goes down. And like, they did or did not brief him about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz would be shut and the world would be plunged into chaos, financial uncertainty, economic ruin as a result of his fucking actions. But like, hey, it is what it is. And we're living through that now with a national cabinet meeting.
On a wide open road in a wide brown land, diesel's considered the lifeblood of the Australian economy.
That's not the Australian way, I can tell you.
But in less than...
Did you see that? Fuck me there for 500 litres. She's paying $1,000. Actually, that's not bad, actually. So getting a bargain there.
In a month, prices have doubled, and in some towns, supplies are running out.
The war in the Middle East is disrupting supply chains. It's pushing up fuel prices.
In response, the Prime Minister is bringing together state and territory leaders to identify where the shortages are and how to get the fuel there. The operation to be coordinated by a new supply chain czar.
Of course, we're preparing for every contingency and will continue to do so.
We already have a fuel czar. His name's Chris Bowen, and he needs to do his day job.
Supplies are solid, according to the government.
I don't think rationing will be part of that consideration. It's not necessary at this stage.
Demand is the problem, with panic buying and stockpiling causing some servos to run dry.
We have seen some, what I've called un-Australian activity, buying jerry cans, selling it on Facebook Marketplace. That's just nuts.
That's not an answer to this problem. We need to be doing more here, as I know others have said, to bring on exploration and refining of fuels here in Australia.
With only 2 refineries left, Australia imports 90% of its liquid fuels.
These refineries, we had 6, when Angus Taylor was the Energy Minister too by the time that he left.
Now well into its third week, the war is taking...
What a fucking sledge that was. I wonder if that's true. When Angus Taylor was the Energy Minister, we lost oil refineries. Is that true? Do you reckon? Yeah, fact check you on that one, Chalmers, you snake. Eh? What are you up to here? Can you confirm that when Angus Taylor was the Energy Minister, Australia lost 4 oil refineries during his term? National Cabinet, that Albo kicked ASIO out of, eh? No, it's not accurate to say Australia lost 4 oil refineries during Angus Taylor's time as Energy Minister. The real number in his tenure was 2. Okay, fair enough then. Angus Taylor was Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction from August 2018 to 2022. During that period, 2 refineries closed. How do you say that? Kwinana Oil Refinery, BP, announced 2020, closed 2021. Altona Refinery, ExxonMobil, announced 2021, ceased refining in 21-22. These closures happened close together and were widely reported as halving Australia's remaining refining capacity at the time. After those closures, Australia was left with 2 operating refineries, Geelong and Lytton. Were there 4 refineries? Where the 4 refineries claim comes from? You may hear statements like 4 refineries closed in political debate. That refers to a much longer time frame, not just Angus Taylor's term. Australia had more refineries historically, but closures have occurred gradually over decades due to economic pressures and global competition. For example, one source notes that 4 refineries closed between 2012 and 2021, spanning multiple governments, not just Taylor's. Parliamentary debate also sometimes cites 4 or 6 refineries closed, but that's political framing, not precise statement. Interesting. So let me just take this back here. Let's just have a moment to realize if our little research assistant here is not hallucinating. Okay? Australia had more refineries historically, but closures have occurred gradually over decades due to economic pressures and global competition. So Australia had more refining capacity to ensure our resilience, and the market decided that it wasn't economically viable to do that in Australia anymore. And so they closed down our capacity, leading to the current crisis. Whoa. Who would have thought? The market strikes again, and Australia loses its resilience. Well. Eh? The market wins again. According to various reports and political discussions, 4 major oil refineries closed in Australia during the tenure of the coalition governments between 2013 and 2022. Okay. Your research assistant kind of matches up with my one there, I must say, Woozle. Taygard, we need a government that makes activities unprofitable, but they are being paid by lobbying to keep it the same way. Solar Bears in the house, how you going? Angus signed over that the US hold our reserves. Yeah, and like apparently that was during ScoMo's time as well, apparently. Wasn't Taylor for 2, but was his team. KK, how you going? They mean closed under the Liberals' watch. It's still the Liberal government, bro. Whatever. It wasn't Angus personally, but it happened during the Liberals' time. Now look, again, if they're closing refineries because somehow we're transitioning to a new type of economy, we don't rely on fuel like fossil fuels as much, then fine. Let's get down with that. But we're not just talking about that. We're talking about the resilience of the nation to be able to withstand problems like this in the global economy. Because let me let you in on a little secret. If you haven't heard, Australia is part of the world And so we do rely on the global community for stuff and things. That's how it works. And so it's a strategic blunder in that sense. Like, come on. It's an Australian to buy fuel, LOL. We're supposed to be the first world developed nation. Aren't we supposed to be? Yeah, but like, I got to admit though, like buying jerry cans to fill them up and sell them on Facebook Marketplace, that's pretty low. Seriously. It's like fucking stocking baby formula and like taking that off the shelves in Woolies and then selling it on Facebook Marketplace. It's pretty low. Like, I'm sure it's great business, but like, come on. Do you need to extort people that need to feed their babies? Come on. Yeah, it was the libs. And I'm talking about liberals. Like, anyone wants them in power. JB, if only we didn't have to rely on oil. Someone should propose some sort of renewable energy system or something. Hey, you fucking hippie, calm down. I remember when and almost everything was made here. I am that old. I remember Dad's clothes were all made in Australia or sewn locally by seamstresses. No, if you listen to Peter Credlin like we did yesterday, it's because Australian labour costs too much. If Australian labourers just worked for like slave conditions, then like the economy would be fine. You'd still have your shirts made here. You still have our oil processed here. But Australians, they get paid too much. They're too entitled. That's what Peter Credlin thinks. During the Liberals' time, they had a parasite that voted in lockstep. Pauline. I need a good fast anyway. Oh, it's coming. Texas 420. Oz is Five Eyes evil. Yeah, the shoe fits. We're definitely in Five Eyes, that's for sure. The problem is the Liberals understand what's happening. That's why they close them. They're just pushing propaganda about opening more because they know it secures regional votes. Who would have thought? Paying politics? Costs are up because housing costs. 1,000 souls. Will the new AI revolution make my clothes for me? Maybe. We don't know yet. Let's turn over the entire economy to our AI overlords and see what happens.
A greater economic.
By the time that he left.
Now well into its third week, the war is taking a greater economic toll. In a major speech tomorrow, the Treasurer will reveal new modelling showing economic growth will fall further and inflation could rise above 5%, back to what it was in 2023. But this time around, there's little appetite for handouts, with the Treasurer favouring spending cuts and tax reform in his upcoming budget.
The economic consequences of this conflict are very serious, extremely serious, and potentially enduring.
And Australians will be paying the price. Jane Norman, ABC News, Canberra.
Someone's got to pay for it, hey? So squeeze the working class. That's how we do it. In a world turned to shit, certain politicians are still play acting for votes. They need to never see the inside of that place ever again. Yeah, well, such is bourgeois politics, eh? Such is bourgeois politics. JB, as far as I know, whenever an industrial revolution happens, it always benefits the worker, right? Am I right? yeah, sure. Let's go with that one. I don't want to shatter your expectations there. Tell me I'm right. God damn it. Co-op is in the house. How you going? Co-op NZ. Co-ops NZ. Building costs up 40% because of Labor and Greens policies? ? So old homes go up in price as more bid on old homes 15 years old and older. Labor employed 43,000 more public servants. Damn. That's crazy. And you know, when fucking crisis hits like this, you gotta say, you're a lucky individual if you have a government job, right? Like, it's not that they don't cull like everybody else, but, you know, you're secure for longer. And, like, it's paid for by the taxpayer. Am I right? So you're always gonna have a paycheck coming. Yeah, damn. Public servants and like employing more public servants. And if they have spending money, that helps keep the economy going, that's for sure. An army of bureaucrats. Outrageous. Who would have thought that's what the free market would need? Government to step in to employ people to keep the economy going. It's almost like the market can't live without the state. Eh? Who would have thought? Wouldn't hear that from a libertarian, that's for sure. All right. That's enough of this. Okay, what I want to turn to is I think I want to do this first, actually. I'm going to go with, let's stay on the fledging, no, the damage to the world economy that has been caused by Iran. Now, I haven't had a chance to look at this myself, but we were watching yesterday. Who suggested Chris Hedges yesterday? I think it was you, Tagard. We watched a bit of Chris Hedges yesterday. The Chris Hedges report is a thing. And he's had Yanis Varoufakis on recently. And Yanis is on to speak about how the Iran war will cause a global financial crisis, it would seem. So Yanis is like an economist by background, but like he's had various roles, I guess you'd say, in politics. Outside of that, being an activist, etc. He writes books, etc., on, I guess you would say, economic analysis. So I love a bit of Yanis. He's my favorite Greek, not gonna lie. One of them anyway. And like Chris Hedges is like got a pretty solid reputation as a journalist. And so like when these powers combine, I would actually like to understand what they have to say about, like, I'm sick of just the incessant Iran evaluation. Is this like, have they got enough missiles left? Have they got enough launches left? Oh my God, who's going to attack who next? Like that sort of stuff is nice, but like we've done that to death. So I want to know how a couple of people like this think that this is going to tank the world economy. So strap yourselves in. This is a 45-minute piece, but we'll have a look at what their predictions are in this regard. Let's be fair here. KK, Labor aren't perfect, but they did what they said they would do. They slowed the housing market. They don't want it to go down, and people need to understand that. They are good at what they do. It's just they don't really do what needs to be done. Take out me, Hedges, #1 fan. Well, he's fucking interviewing Yanis here. Like, it's not the first time. They've definitely talked many times over the years. I've seen a lot of their talks, but like this one will be interesting about like what Iran means for the world economy, which is what I think people are really contemplating at the moment as we go into the third week of the Iran conflict now. People kind of be like, yeah, but like, how does it affect me? Like, it was all fun before when, you're just seeing explosions on your television screen, but now it's going to impact me. What the hell's going on here? Okay, they work around the edges and it kind of works. Doesn't fix the issue. They're great at tinkering neoliberal markets, but terrible at actually changing the way the market functions. Yes. That is I think that is a fair like critique of Labour. In a neoliberal world, they are the best option for a neoliberal economy, world economy. Because like, they get things done within a neoliberal framework, and it's better than people that are more hardcore neoliberal. I think that's a fair call. If you had to pick who's going to do a better job with neoliberal politics or economics, which is just outright austerity and pillaging for private interests, and pick Labour. No Adults in the Room was a good background movie on Yanis. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that, actually. A movie on Yanis. I'm going to have to watch that. ZM Smick. I don't know. I'm not going to pronounce that. I'm just going to call you ZN from now. Tagard. What they failed to do is tackle media. The media sways elections in this country. Him and Richard Wolff cook as well. Yeah. You go down with some Richard Wolff. Hey, you dirty Marxist, you Tagard. Jag, I'll let these two run a train on my anti-capitalist brain any day. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Labor thinks we need 20 more senators in Parliament. Paid $1 million each year. Waste of taxpayer money. What's Captain Bucket's theory? We should just get rid of the Senate altogether, right? Fuck the Senate. Get rid of it, bro. One house. Let's keep this thing going. Crypto market was coming back. Something happened in the last 18 hours. It's mostly red again. Interesting. All right. Let's have a listen to these titans of political analysis.
The longer the war with Iran continues, the more the global economy is thrown into crisis. The Iranians have bottled up the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's energy supply is transited. 40% of the oil China imports passes through the strait. Crude oil is now over $100 per barrel, a 45% increase since the war began, and climbing. Gasoline prices in the U.S. have jumped by more than 65 cents per gallon. Jet fuel and diesel have...
Hey, Jack, check out that fucking bookshelf, bro. There's 3 of them, and they're stacked so heavy, he just lays books on top of each other. Doesn't even face them in the right direction. This ain't show. This is a functional-ass bookshelf right there.
Surged by 25%. In parts of Asia, including Thailand, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, there are already
I bet he's read them too. Yes, that's what, like, that function. That's a functional bookshelf. Like, he pulls shit off that shelf and like only throws it back down when he's finished with it. And it's just to quickly pick up the next. No order there. Crypto market has been forming a monthly head and shoulders. It's looking like it formed a top a while ago. Anything happening now is market manipulation to get buyers in before the sell again.
And long lines at gas stations. Government offices in the Philippines have moved to a 4-day work week. Myanmar's government has imposed alternating driving days. Japan, which depends on the Middle East for 90% of its oil supply, is releasing a record 80 million barrels of oil, about 45 days of supply. India, although permitted by the Trump administration to buy previously sanctioned Russian oil, will be especially hard hit. It is already suffering from a severe shortage of liquefied natural gas. About 84% of the crude oil and 83% of the liquefied natural gas that passes through the strait goes to Asia. Nitrogen fertilizer, which cost between $460 to $480 per short ton before the war began, has jumped to $520 to $620. This means massive increases in food prices. And once strategic reserves of stockpiles of oil are depleted, oil could easily jump to $200 to $300 a barrel, triggering crippling inflation and a global depression. Global economies will at this point go into freefall, unleashing widespread civil unrest. Adding to this crisis is...
This is the thing you have to worry about, though, when it comes to hedges, as opposed to someone like Giannis. He is one incredibly bleak and depressing man. Like, if you read any of Hedges' works, like, you don't finish a book of Hedges and be like, oh, well, there's hope. I see a ray of sunshine. Like, you actually feel like, you know, the world's fucked and we're all going to die. But at least you can fight on the way down. Am I right? Like, that's as much hope that you get from his work. It's just like, well, do you want to die on your knees, or do you want to die fighting for what you believe in? Like, that's as positive as you get from his stuff. LOL, definitely no hope. It's savage stuff, man. Funny, that guy the other day trying to compare Douglas Murray to Hedges. Yeah, who was that? I think that was Spandonk. Yeah, it's not my favorite matchup there, I must say. Not even close to comparison.
Triggering crippling inflation and a global depression. Global economies will at this point go into freefall, unleashing widespread civil unrest. Adding to this crisis is that 2 nuclear powers are prosecuting the war. The United States with some 5,000 nuclear warheads and Israel with some 300 nuclear warheads. Israel, for the first time in its history, is suffering serious destruction from Iranian missiles and drones, the extent of which is not public because of heavy censorship. Israel, especially if the U.S. decides to cut its losses and withdraw from the war, could see the government of Benjamin Netanyahu deploy a nuclear device and potentially a global conflagration. Joining me to discuss the consequences of the war on Iran economically, politically, and militarily is Yanis Varoufakis, the Secretary General of the Democracy in Europe Movement 2025 and the former Minister of Finance for Greece. I want to begin,
Ravy baby in the house. Hey y'all, hey God.
Yanis, with the consequences of economic dislocation in terms of societal unrest, political unrest. I think back to my coverage of the war in the former Yugoslavia that was precipitated by an economic meltdown and hyperinflation, which I believe contributed to the vomiting up of these Trump-like figures, Radovan Karadzic, etc. But this economic dislocation has always, throughout history, consequences that extend far beyond, economic punishment. And I just wondered if you can talk about that.
Sure, you are referring to the unintended consequences of a very stupid war into which Donald Trump has been trapped by Benjamin Netanyahu. Because, Chris...
unintended consequences of a stupid war? It sounds like we're in the fucking Senate hearing all over again. It's like, did they actually understand? Did you brief this guy? You are the intelligence committee. We are just trying to establish, did you brief this guy here? See the guy with the red tie? Did you brief him in between his talks with the guy with the blue tie over here? Did that happen? You are the intelligence community. Can you just confirm that for me, please? We cannot confirm or deny that. That is classified. Yeah, well, thanks for nothing, assholes. Seriously. God damn it. Doing grocery shopping while I listen to the stream. Enjoy your shopping.
Now, I think that Trump was...
BB's AI now? Yeah, apparently. Surely the US would have Israel's nuclear codes, right? Question mark? Oh, I don't know. Hey, I have no idea.
Everything. He won the... Donald Trump has been trapped by Benjamin Netanyahu because, Chris... up until now, I think that Trump was winning everything. He won the trade war, the tariff war with the Europeans. He was very successful in weaponizing big tech and cryptocurrencies with the Genius Act. From his perspective, he was winning.
Yeah, how's his little slip there? Trump has been trumped by Netanyahu. Trapped. I said trapped. The code is GOY69. 69, the best part there.
This is ridiculous campaign in which he has been sucked into for reasons which I don't think we will know until quite a few years pass. This is going to have long-standing effects, long-term effects. Chris, I was reading in the Wall Street Journal, in the Financial Times, some wishful thinking articles in which the comparison was being made between what's happening now in Iran and Liberation Day last year. Remember when there was a spasm in the markets got panicky and jittery after the announcement of the huge tariffs that effectively suspended world trade for a week or so. And so the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal, wishful thinking goes along the lines of, well, it didn't turn out that bad. Within a month or two or three, markets were back. The economy shook off all, concerns about recession. And, well, maybe if this ends soon in the next few weeks, then we will again be able to proclaim in a couple of months that it was a silly thing that had happened, but, world capitalism, US-based capitalism, dollarized capitalism, proved resilient. Well, I don't think that this is possible, not only because this war is not going to end very quickly. I don't think. None of us has a crystal ball. But I think that Donald Trump has been well and truly caught in this trap that Netanyahu has set up for him. But the main point I want to make is that there is a world of difference between what happened last year with the tariffs and Liberation Day and now. And allow me to make the point about why it was that Liberation Day tariffs...
It's an interesting point when he's making about like this idea that like people are just saying, hey, if we just cut the war off now, everything will be fine. Am I right? Am I right, everyone? Like we can just go back to normal right after this. Does anyone remember what was the sentiment after the Ukraine war broke out, like this time around, let's say 2022? What was the sentiment? Were people kind of like, oh, we'll be like we'll have the war for a little bit and everything will go back to normal. Like here we are, you know, years later, still going on. But like, was the sentiment at the start of that the war would be over in a few weeks or like a couple of months max? I wonder if that's the feeling that happens with like these types of things nowadays, just generally. Everyone's like, it'll be over soon. Don't worry about it, you know. And then, like a few years later, we'll be reassessing that situation. Are we going to be covering Iran? Like people have already threatened in this stream multiple times that we're going to be like covering this for like the next decade. But like, is it just the usual wishful thinking that comes out of the like, I don't know, people that are affected by a capitalist understanding of the world, a market understanding of the world? It's just like, look, let them play their little war games out and the economy will just go back to normal. We can all just start trading again and playing happy on the global economy. Like, was that the sentiment with when Ukraine started? I can't remember how people were talking at that point. But like, you know, I think it would be safe to assume that they probably were saying shit like that. Like, it's not going to be around forever. Everything will just go back to normal. It'll be business as usual. I just don't see that happening now. Business as usual after this whole situation doesn't sound right. Don't think so. Dilemmas. It's going to be funny when petrol gets so expensive. The workers that actually drive the economy can't afford to drive to work anymore to drive the economy. Yeah, well, it's going to be funny, like not funny, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Yes. I guess we'll see what really happens when workers can't run the economy. And not because of some type of organizational strike dilemmas, unfortunately. It'll be for some other reason. That they just can't get to their places of employment.
Prove to be transient in terms of their effects, and why this one is not going to be transient for more or less the same reasons. So last year, when Trump came in with his gigantic tariffs, especially against the Chinese and so on, firstly, it was clear within a few weeks that demand in the United States for foreign exports was elastic enough so that much of the burden did not fall on American consumers.
I'll tell you one thing for free, I ain't buying an EV. I don't care how much petrol costs. I ain't buying no EV. Ravy baby, I remember when Russia invaded Ukraine. That year at Eurovision, Russia got booed the fuck out of the audience. And they had to cut audience footage. COVID 2, no electricity, boogaloo. Interesting. Yeah, COVID 2, what, lockdown? Fuel crisis style. Yeah. Comms in the house, morning all. How are you? Hope you're well. We're getting the lowdown from Yanis about whether or not we're going into a fucking global financial crisis here, spurred on by Supreme Leader Trump and his reckless behavior. That's why Eurovision said that they would cut Is Not Rail getting booed by the crowd if it happened. Oh, because they did the same for Russia? That's so nice. Who wants a car the government can shut down because Palantir told them so? You know that you can do that with petrol cars too, right? Like any car that's like completely wired up now, which is like most of them, you can shut them down. But like, yes, you can definitely do that with EVs. Not too shabby. Hope you are all well. The Euros bloc sentiment were that it would be long drawn with Russia. I watched the Odessa massacre via real time, via live stream. It was really bad. Just a case of time. Okay, so it was always that they thought it was going to be drawn out conflict. Okay. Not my petrol cars. Yeah, well, like if it's old school and doesn't rely on any type of computerized system, like if we're talking about you've got a car that was built, I don't know, pre this century, then you should be fine, I guess.
But it fell on importers. The second and very important, crucial reason why, in the end, Trump didn't suffer from Liberation Day is because at the same time as there was a recessionary wave, there was another wave in the opposite direction, a gigantic investment spree by big tech on AI. And that lifted the markets in a way that satisfied the Donald. The third reason is that tariffs actually worked from his perspective. Those tariffs managed to crowd into the United States substantial capital inflows. So I know lots of German companies that relocated to the United States, like BASF and Mercedes-Benz and so on. Japanese companies investing, Taiwanese companies investing. And the fourth important reason why Liberation Day did not have long-lasting effects was that the central banks around the world, not just the Fed, were in the process of cutting interest rates, of loosening monetary policy. Now, compare and contrast with what's going on now. Firstly, demand in the United States is not elastic to increases in gas prices. The vast majority of the very people, the blue-collar workers that voted Trump in, are suffering exorbitant increases in their transport costs. Let's not forget that the average MAGA supporter, voter, travels 100 miles a day in very thirsty SUVs, cars, and that goes straight into the increase in the gas price goes straight into their family budget. The second one, remember, the AI investment spree that saved Donald's bacon last year. Well, AI is extremely energy intense. It's very hungry for electricity. So the investment spree that we witnessed over the last 12 months is probably going to peter out, because already there were qualms about the logic of that investment that was going so heavily into AI. But now that AI is becoming so expensive to run and to train and all that, that is going to reduce very substantially the countervailing effects of more investment in AI. And beyond that, central banks are already, because
all my cars are older than 2011. You guys have cars? So good. My Falcon is manual. It's Gen Z anti-theft device. LOL. Even some mechanical gearboxes use technology instead of direct gear stick to case. People panic buying jerry cans is hilarious. Well, if the shoe fits. Look, if shit goes down. And what did he say at the start? Did you hear it, Con? Chris Hedges was like, if, it gets real bad, you could see petrol, like oil at, what was it? $200 to $300 a barrel? 3 times the cost of what it is now. All those people that are fucking panic buying jerry cans, hey? You all laughed. You all laughed at me. You're not laughing now. They have chips in them to change gears based on where the gear stick is in the manual car. It's so dumb. Oldest car I have is 2014, and that's the missus. My daily is a 94 Rodeo. That thing will survive a nuke and still fire up. Can't beat the old Kirby. That's so good. You guys have cars? Seriously? We have a Morris Minor utility with Dad's plan to turn it into an E-Mori. Can't fucking wait. Hey, I'm Gen Z, and I drive a Toyota Hilux Workmate manual. Thing does mad skids on the corners. I got one of those Flintstones models with the bottom cut out. I'll be fine. Remove a few toolboxes and you guys sideways. And you go sideways pretty quick. I think my bike is like 2012. So no one here has been stockpiling since COVID. Did you learn nothing? Yeah, all right. Hey, I bet the jerry can people are feeling like they got Bitcoin early right now. That's hilarious. My CBR 125 survived me. It can survive anything. Oh, man. All this car talk in the chat. Interesting.
Yields in 10-year bonds are rising in AI. And, beyond that, central banks are already, because yields in 10-year bonds are rising, central banks either are going to increase now interest rates, or they're not going to reduce them according to the timeline that they had set out for themselves and which financial markets had already factored in. And lastly, last year, this time, unemployment was not increasing. In the last 2 or 3 months, unemployment, both in the United States and in the United Kingdom, and I very much fear also in the European Union, are on the way up. So if you take all these factors together, you'll see why I'm coming to the conclusion that this war, this inane war by Donald Trump, is even within the United States, not looking at Bangladesh or Japan as you were, very accurately portraying those economies as being in dire straits. The United States economy itself, which is what really matters to Donald Trump, the European economy, the British economy, the West in general, is entering a serious vortex of pain.
Yeah, the Iranian.
Dang, I'm just here with my 2023 model car, guessing I'm getting cut off. Well, apparently that's the claim, right? That the government's just going to cut you off. That's what Dilemmas said, I think. That started all of this. Han, Mystery Movement, I have a question. How many times do you need to get caught upskirting women and filming them in the showers before you actually get jail time in Australia? Well, like, are we talking about getting caught and it not being like a setup? Like you actually getting caught doing something and the other party is not consenting? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Like this isn't some type of consensual situation that you're role playing out. Like you're talking about like actually non-consensual stuff going on here. Is that what we're talking about, Han? I need clarification. Non-consensual? Look, I'd have to ask my lawyer. Like, I'm not down with, like, I've never actually been caught. Like, usually when I do stuff like that, I don't get caught. I'm more savvy than that. So if you've been caught, Han, and I just suggest, like, just do it better. Like, come on, bro. Seriously. And this is coming from the guy that runs childcare centers. I'm a bit concerned about you, Han. I'm a little bit concerned about you. Just a smidgen, not gonna lie. In Australia, it depends on your political views these days. Han, can you just stop giving Dilemmas fucking ammunition? Seriously. Australia doesn't care about actually punishing sexual violent offenders. Come on now. Han, see what you've done. Yeah, it's probably true. He isn't an upskirter. He's a serial upskirter. Look at this. From cars to this now, Han. What have you done? Seriously. I just wanted to enjoy some Giannis. And you're taking over the stream chat here. Shame on you. All right, back to Giannis.
The European economy, the British economy, the West in general, is entering a serious vortex of pain.
7-year sentence say you're a changed man who found God and you'll be out in a year? Fuck, there's your fucking answer. Are you basing that on like reality or are you just being a smartass there, Ravi? 7-year sentence, but just acts nice and they'll let you out. Han doesn't need to give me ammo. I've been stockpiling since COVID. Very good.
Yeah, the Iranians have made clear and they're well aware of their ability to inflict this kind of pain, but they have made clear that this conflict is not going to...
Han, no way am I clicking on any link after what you just asked, bro. Not fucking happening. No way, bro. Honestly. You got to give me more information than that, Han. You can't drop a fucking comment like that and expect me to click a link on a live stream. Seriously. Not happening. It's safe? Ah, what? You're lucky that Jag vouchers for you, bro. You're so lucky. Fucking hell. I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God. Here we go. It's because it's Australian drama.
A Melbourne University student busted filming women in bathrooms and showers has walked from court. The 23-year-old pleaded guilty to the vile crimes but escaped conviction despite him taking more than 100 photos and videos of women when they had no idea. Georgia Bennett Murphy reports.
A Melbourne University student who secretly filmed women inside female toilets and showers has walked from the Melbourne Magistrates Court after his community corrections order was extended. Biomed student Barfoot Cow was today handed a 12-month good behaviour bond, having pleaded guilty to a charge of upskirting after he was busted secretly filming a woman in the public toilets at District Docklands shopping centre in February last year. Mr Cow, why did you upskirt women? Why were you in the female toilets? Cow had previously been arrested for secretly filming a woman at student accommodation in the CBD.
Like Ravi was right. Actually, it was even worse than what Ravi said. This guy just got off, pleaded guilty and just got off. Nothing. This is the third time he's been caught? Shit. That's crazy. We used to have this happen in retail change rooms a lot. Jesus. Where can I see the evidence? I demand Exhibit A, please. I demand. Wow, fucking hell. The judge said that she felt bad he was lonely. Damn. Sorry, guys. I was trying to start my streaming career. It's for science. It's for justice.
Police then finding 150 videos and photos of women on his phone. Mr. Cow, when police asked you why you're in the female toilets, you said you were unsure of your gender. Are you still unsure of your gender? The magistrate described the impact on one of his victims, saying she remains anxious and is hypervigilant, and the incident has impacted her ability to use public restrooms. Mr. Cow, do you still plan on becoming a doctor? Mr. Cow, do you plan on apologising to your victims? In her sentencing, the magistrate also said...
I mean, the Venn diagram of this crime and loneliness. Surely they'd be lonely. Oh my god. This is what happens when you ban porn? Like, it's, what has it been, like 2 weeks? Hey, not even? These guys can't get on Cornhub. And look what's happening. Oh my god. Let's see what you've done, hon.
Mr. Cow, originally from Vietnam, has no family here and considers him to be isolated in the community. She also said the 23-year-old's youth needed to be taken into account and that Mr. Cow is progressing well on his CCO. Despite his guilty plea...
He should be a gynecologist. Yeah, very good. Very good.
A conviction was never recorded. It is unclear if he'll be allowed to practice medicine in Victoria.
In Victoria. Everywhere else you should be fine. Don't worry about it. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh, this is the thing. This is the thing. Alright, look, I'm just going to cut the Giannis Hedges thing for a bit. I do want to see what they came out of this national cabinet
Thanks for joining
meeting.
us. I'm joined today by...
Why is he always doing up his buttons when he starts? He's AI. The dilemma is when women follow the 666 rule for men, what other options do blokes have? I'm not sure if I understand that reference. Okay, on a happier note, Afro Man won his court case. Okay. Again, Han, you didn't respond to my previous comments. I'm concerned about you running childcare centers and coming into stream chats with questions like that. Do you have a response to that, please? What's in your national cabinet? Snow globes. Plenty of snow globes. There's a thriving Vietnamese community. He self-isolated because he's a freak. Yeah, probably. I feel for any patients under anesthesia with this guy. Yeah. Oh, 6 foot tall, 6-figure pay, 6-pack. Or get to stepping. Okay. Interesting. Right. Self-mandated pocket puss laws will now be passed to ease the loneliness epidemic affecting our wonderful young men. Pocket puss, oh my god. All right, you guys are outrageous. Outrageous! All right, so this must be what is the announcement following the national cabinet. Okay, let's see how they address the fuel crisis. About concerns of fuel pricing and supply. Let's see what they say. I branched out my childcare to California. My daycare had 2 children, but I stepped out to the strip club, and Nick Shirley interviewed the 2 kids I was watching. My daycare had 2 children, but I stepped out to the strip club, and Nick Shirley interviewed the 2 kids I was watching. I'm not sure if I understand that, but like you put in Nick Shirley there, so that's funny enough for me. Dilemmas. I hit. Right. I stepped out to hit the strip club, and Nick Shirley interviewed the 2 kids I was watching. Oh man, I'll pay that. Dilemmas, just a heads up. You sound insane. Just a heads up, bro. Hey. What? We should do education and reform around consent? No, it's the victims who are wrong. Yeah. All right, let's do this.
Thanks for joining us. I'm joined today by Anthea Harris, who we have just appointed the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator.
The fuel czar.
Since the conflict began a fortnight ago, my government has been working to protect Australians from the effects of the Middle East war. We've already taken a number of significant and indeed unprecedented actions. This morning I convened the National Cabinet to address fuel security and supply chain preparedness in Australia in response to the conflict in the Middle East. And I thank the Premiers and Chief Ministers who attended this meeting, every one of them at very short notice, and there was a good feeling of common purpose expressed during that meeting. I want to assure Australians at this time that Australia is well prepared. Our fuel supply is currently secure, however I want us to be over-prepared. I understand there are Australians in some parts of our nation that are really worried as they watch what is unfolding in the Middle East, and that is understandable. But we're doing all that we can to secure our fuel supply and to get it to the places that need it. I again reiterate today, my message to Australians is please do not take more fuel than you need.
Mr. E isn't even going to go make it to France now. Hey, look. Apparently the Singaporeans have got it sorted. They're stockpiling jet fuel. So hopefully, as long as I can get to Singapore, I should be able to make it the rest of the way there. I just don't know about coming back. That's what I'm worried about. I want us to be over-prepared. Makes me feel like that we aren't prepared. I know, right? Where they say, look, but I just want to be over-prepared. Does that make you feel better? I'm looking at my daughter whose father is oddly shaped, funny looking, but the most brilliant mind I've ever had a conversation with. And he plays a mean bass. Why repeat that lie? Timestamp for 8:42 for relevant context to my comment. All right, give me a second. I will do your context there, you being in a strip club and then being taken down by Nick Shirley after I finish hearing from my supreme leader over here, Chairman Albo.
That is how you can help. It's the Australian way, to think of others, to think of their neighbours, their community, and also to think of the national interest. Only take what you need. Today, National Cabinet acknowledged that the longer the conflict the Middle East goes, the more significant the impact will be for global supply chains, fuel prices and the wider economy. And it's also understood by Australians that this is a global issue that we are dealing with. The conflict is an unprecedented shock to global energy markets. The International Energy Agency has called it the biggest in history. Already Australians are feeling the consequences of this. And I'm deeply concerned by attacks on civilian and energy infrastructure, including the latest overnight in Qatar. We condemn Iran's ongoing and reckless reprisal attacks in countries across the region who are not parties to this conflict. We do not want to see the conflict escalate further. Today, the Commonwealth has appointed Anthea Harris, who joins me here, as the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator to support coordination across governments and sectors. And there will be an agreement from every state and territory will appoint someone to work with Ms Harris to make sure that we maximise the coordinated effort during this time. Ms Harris is formerly the CEO of the Australian Energy Regulator and the former Chief Executive Officer of the Energy Security Board. Prior to this, she was Deputy Secretary of the Energy Group within the Victorian Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning. So I can't think of anyone better with more experience, more knowledge, as well as that experience in a state government to be able to coordinate these efforts. The Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator will be responsible for the following: leading a new fuel supply task force that will be established in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, driving coordination between the Commonwealth and the states and territories on fuel security and supply chain resilience, providing consistent, coordinated updates to the Commonwealth and states and territories on our fuel supply outlook, and acting as a single convening point for fuel supply and forward planning. This is a sensible measure to put in place. The Commonwealth Government is of course responsible for fuel security and supply, but it is the states and territories that are responsible for distribution within their jurisdictions. The best outcome is to ensure that Australia is over-prepared, and today's announcement reinforces that approach. Since the conflict commenced 2 weeks...
He said over-prepared again. Are you feeling nervous, Ravy? There he is.
Weeks ago, my government has taken swift action. We've released up to 20% of our diesel and fuel reserves to help address regional shortages, and part of that announcement was that increase in supply go to areas of need. We've temporarily...
So basically what I'm hearing is, and what we investigated yesterday is, we have a market issue in Australia. The regional areas are not being adequately serviced because the market has failed. Again, the market has failed. Like, I know I say it rather facetiously sometimes, but like, honestly, there was tier one suppliers, and they service the metro areas, and they service big contractors like aviation and industry, and they come first. And then whatever's left over from tier one, they will then sell onto the tier two market players, who then supply like petrol and diesel to the regions. And so like the market is being constrained up here. They're buying all the stuff and there's nothing left over for tier two. That's a market problem. All I'm hearing is right now is we've got a fuel czar that's being appointed because the market is failing to deliver to regions. There are regions out there. There are regional areas out there that are just too far away, and they just don't want to get the fuel out there. So they're just being left. They're being abandoned by the market. And so now we've got to appoint a fuel czar to basically watch the market. It's just another layer of bureaucracy because the market's failed to deliver in Australia. Like, it's just the system put under a little bit of pressure, a little bit of lack of confidence in the market, and now the government has to step in and be like, no, you can't just forget about people that exist in regional Australia. You can't just leave them out there stranded. That's not acceptable. So now we have to appoint someone to make sure that we are humane. That's what I'm hearing. That's the point of all of this exercise right now. It's fucking outrageous. I'm not nervous. Don't be a silly sausage. Rolls extra large spliff. Hey. Probably shouldn't shop for groceries while high. That seems so dangerous. Or a wonderful surprise for afternoon sober me. I'm just letting you know that the conversations that happen. I've been with my wife for 20 years. I skipped all the dating scene flops, lol. We can't do what we usually do. It's crazy. So the state steps in again to save the market from itself. It's fucking crazy.
Amended the national fuel standards to make sure that more Australian-made fuels are kept on shore. This is normally fuel made here for export. By temporarily amending the standards, it means that fuel is now kept here. And we're cracking down on petrol companies engaging in price gouging. The Minister for Foreign Affairs is engaging key international counterparts to help ensure the continued...
See, this time if they abandon the bush, the food production stops. Yeah, like the market can't correct on this one unless there's a crisis, then it corrects. And I think that's the whole lesson of like Marx's analysis of capital. It's just like the market will not correct itself until it goes into a crisis. So the crisis that needs to happen here is that the regional areas need to fully shut down, like just fully shut down, which will then put us into a food crisis territory. And then once we have fuel crisis leading to food crisis in Australia, and after that crisis settles in, then the market will respond because there'll be sufficient demand and need to kind of restart the system, and then it'll like recheck itself. But it has to go to crisis point. So what we're talking about here is getting a fuel czar in to avoid the fuel and food crisis that is potentially coming. Should we just like let it ride? Do we just go straight to crisis mode and like don't worry about like having a fuel czar step in to fix the situation? Just let crisis happen. And then the market will somehow rise from the ashes there.
Fuel and diesel shipments to Australia from our...
My grandparents are glad they filled their diesel reserve tanks on the property before fire season. I probably should go get a fishing license for real.
trading partners, and I've been engaged in that process as well. My government will be announcing more measures to prepare the nation for supply chain challenges over coming days and weeks. Briefly, I do want to just add, before I take questions, the issue of Cyclone Narelle, which is off the coast of far north Queensland. This has the potential to be a very dangerous weather event for both North Queensland but also the Northern Territory. The Category 4 cyclone is forecast to strengthen into a Category 5 system before crossing with severe impacts on Friday. And I've been engaged and will continue to engage with Premier David Crisafulli as well. And as always, the Commonwealth stands ready to provide whatever assistance is required for both Queensland and for the Northern Territory. Happy to take questions.
When will this task force start? Is it straight away? And what are those first steps that you're going to take?
It started. It's underway. We made this decision a couple of days ago through the National Security Committee has been meeting daily. We met again this morning prior to the National Cabinet. We're making sure that we put in place, we try to get ahead of any issue which is there, which is why we made the decision in the bureaucracies across the 8 states and territories and the Commonwealth to have one person from each jurisdiction who was a point person. There are a range of forums being held, the National Coordination Mechanism, all those meetings are continuing, but to have a single point of contact was a common sense response.
You said Australia...
Wait, what did I say yesterday, bro? Are you talking about the ants thing? Like you're talking about the floodwaters are coming back? Is that what you mean, KK? What did I say? I'm telling you people.
Had enough fuel, but how can you say
The
that
floods
when
are coming again.
so
It's going to be a big one if that cyclone comes down my way. Yeah, fuck, watch the ants, bro.
are running out? That can't be true.
There is not less fuel in Australia today than there was 3 weeks ago. Every single ship that was due to land here has landed here. There is not less supply. This is an issue, has been an issue of increased demand. So you can have, both things in fact can be true. You can have the same amount of fuel that was expected to be here, but because of demand issues and a doubling of demand, and in some cases much more than doubling in areas, that can mean there are shortages in some areas, which is why we need to make sure we coordinate to make sure those distribution issues are dealt with.
How quickly can a new fuel SAR ensure fuel gets to affected regions? What's the time frame on that?
Well, we're underway, and that's one of the reasons why the release of the 20% is part of that direction, is that it go to be distributed to areas of shortage, and that work is underway.
There are mixed messages coming over now.
So what's that, the 20% of our fuel storage that we're supposed to have as part of our IEA agreement? Like we're just going to release that to regional areas? Is that what they're talking about here? Town's going to be fucked if we already are struggling with important goods. Have Queensland's bread bowl is cut off. It's only going to make it worse. Damn. If we get similar floods, our produce will be fucked. All the farming they've done this year will be fucked. Shit. It's a perfect storm, isn't it, at the moment, of factors? Crazy. Tagad, farmers would love EV tools. Shame. Sky News has mandated them as gay and woke. Gay and woke. Oh God, I better not touch those EV tools there. So my grandparents' property is an hour from the next town and half an hour to the next neighbor. Half an hour to the next neighbor? What the property is isolated. You learn how to use the land to your advantage when you can. That's mental. Half an hour to the next neighbor. That's remote as fuck. I hope it's not like 2021, 2022. Those floodwaters got to 23 meters. Jesus Christ. Lots of solar power usage on the farm, and they are used to being cut off in fire season. Yeah.
States about how long this war in the Middle East will last. Do you have any sense of how long we will need to remain on a crisis footing as far as fuel supplies go?
Well, we of course are not participants in the conflict, and so what we say though is we'll continue to argue for a de-escalation. It's not certain, that's the truth, how long this will last, but I'm hopeful that you can see an end point. The objectives of denying Iran the opportunity to have a development of a nuclear weapon have been secured. So that was objective number one. Iran's ability to engage in attacks in the region have also been undermined by this process as well. So we'll continue to monitor, continue to engage we receive updated briefings, but we'll continue as well to call for that de-escalation.
How do you think the bombing of gas...
More empty words. Only thing a capitalist empire responds to is money. A bit of moolah. Not wrong. Not wrong.
...fields in the Middle East overnight will affect fuel prices?
Well, quite clearly this is a major concern. And the attack on the Qatari, for example, LNG facility, even though that was turned off at the time, what that will impact is future supply. And so we'll continue to monitor all of these issues, but that's why we call for a de-escalation. Qatar is not a participant in this conflict, but Iran has chosen to attack unprovoked 12 countries in the region. Indeed, countries that have not been participants is one of the reasons why. Australia has provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft and provided other defensive mechanisms to Gulf states because there is no justification whatsoever for Iran undertaking these attacks.
So you accept that it probably will drive up prices?
Countries that hold military bases. Yeah, it's the standard line for vassal states of the US empire. It's like, look, we don't support the war, and we definitely don't support the fact that Iran is attacking people that have nothing to do with the conflict, even though they house US bases. And because of the censorship, we don't actually know what the truth is. But I would argue that, of course, those bases are operational and they're being used to help coordinate, if not directly, indirectly helping coordinate strikes on Iran. So like they are, you know, as the Iranians have put forward, and you can decide whether or not you take their case as true or you take it with a grain of salt, but like they've put forward that like it is the legal thing to do in this situation when you're attacked is you can defend yourself, and that includes defending yourself from America and the Israeli who are directly attacking, and then anyone who's like aiding and abetting them, which is all the countries in the region that have fucking US military bases in them. So like, yeah, I get it, Bolton, but like you're never going to hear that from a US vassal like Australia. No way. We need to if we're not going to give toe the whole US empire party line here, then we can at least regurgitate some of the other talking points, which is like, oh, well, you know, they shouldn't be attacking third parties. That's not nice, is it? Hey? Definitely shouldn't be attacking third parties. One of our main roads, KK Online, one of our main roads goes underwater, 13 meters. The water looks nuts surrounding our plaza and Audi. I'll send a photo on Discord if I can find my old photos. Yeah, shit. Hey, Captain Bucket's in the house. That's my boy, Albo. Hey, we're getting the lowdown. If you just come in, we're getting the lowdown about the new, what is it? Fuel Czar? I think they're calling this person, Miss Harris, whoever it is. Haven't seen her face yet. But yeah, we've got a fuel czar now in Australia, and they're gonna fucking wrangle in the market because it's failing people in regional Australia. Who would have thought? Eh? And also the US military bases that are nearby schools as well, but they will blame other countries for doing the same. Yeah. That's a war crime right there.
Or has the potential to.
Well, obviously, so supply and demand has an impact. What we want to see is a de-escalation occur.
This morning you told Triple M that Iran's nuclear threat was apparently dealt with, and that you see the war ending. What evidence do you have that Iran's stockpile of uranium has been destroyed? Isn't there 400 kilograms of the stuff underground?
Their capacity according to intelligence and the statements by the United States, has been very clear that their capacity to develop a nuclear weapon has been damaged by the actions that have been taken.
Why is he answering questions on that? We need Tulsi Gabbard back. She'll answer the questions. We've seen her in action. So Albo is lying about Iran, ? Well, I don't know about lying. Like in the sense that he's saying that like they've got nothing to do. Like they're innocent third parties. I think that's a horrible framing of the conversation there, let's be honest. But like, yeah, let's call that lying. But not about our fuel situation, question mark. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, maybe he's lying about the fuel situation. But like, what's the point there? So we are in a fuel crisis, dilemmas? It's just not greedy people in tier 1 of our fuel structure, our fuel economy. It's not just greedy fuckers in tier 1 that are screwing it up for the regional areas. It's actually a fuel crisis. Then we are screwed. Captain Bucket, wait, so you're telling me the fuel price hike is because of the market? Color me surprised. Han, is this fuel shortage going to turn into Mad Max? Are we going to be defending an oil pump? Potentially, bro. Potentially. Gasoline? Anyone? Potentially. Now, what did you put in there before, Han? It's got to be. It's better have something to do with your call about Nick Shirley before. I got to find your comment. 8:42 for relevant context to my comment. Let's have a look here. Oh my god, it is Nick Shirley. Fuck me dead.
Bedroom, and yet the capacity is for 8 kids.
We just arrived at the daycare. We have 2 kids out here. I don't know if they're members of the daycare. There's no oversight right here. Can we talk to your teacher? Is your teacher there? So this is the first child we've ever encountered at one of these daycares. There's 2 kids out here right now, and we're gonna see if we can talk to the
Licensee. It is, according to this paperwork,
These 2 kids ratted me out. Snitches get stitches. I just went to the strip club just for a little bit, stupid kids.
Drama.
Can we talk to the adult?
He is not here.
Not here. So you guys all by yourself?
Yeah. Knock on the door.
You're fucked.
No one's here.
No one is not here.
Okay, so you guys are all by yourself.
Okay. I can see.
Yeah, ask the same question again, Shirley. Fuck me dead.
Yeah, okay, that's concerning. No one's watching those children.
Yeah, we just walk away. It's so good. All right. So you're telling me there's no adults here. Thank you. I've got my footage. This will make great content. Thank you very much, children. See you later. Oh, man. Thank you, Han. Thank you, bro. Nick Shirley for days. Don't call him Shirley. Surely this guy is honest. Surely this guy is honest. Hey, surely. Surely you can be serious. This is under the assumption Han is an adult. Oh, that's a good point. I kind of want it to get worse, honestly. We should be dilemmas. We should be immune to this stuff as a country. Maybe after this, more precautions will be taken by whoever is in power. So I was saying, like, that this is how the market works. Like, unless you step in as the state to stop the market from basically cannibalizing itself and destroying human lives in the process, then you let the market go through a crisis and then it will correct itself, hopefully. Hopefully. It's not assured, but hopefully. So like, is that your call on this one, Dilemmas? Like, fuel crisis coming. Let's just ride out the crisis and Australia will learn its lesson. Hey? Australia will learn its lesson. Hey? Where are the children? Childcare centre is closed for public holiday. I don't see any children. It's a scam. I live down the road from a huge mountain natural spring. I know where I'm going if it starts going to shit. I got a fake ID so I could vote. Oh, topical. On fire. He surely walks into a medical center. Is this a daycare or a doctor's? Why are there so many businesses here? This is saying generally, I don't want to tarnish all farmers. It's just like shitting on woke Sky News farmers, but they are amazing. Smart people doing it really tough. Getting shafted from big corps. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, man. Well, look, I'm going to have to watch Mad Max because everyone keeps quoting it. I don't get the references. I guess it's now is a better time than ever to watch Mad Max. Bucket gets to be the bitch on the back of the motorcycle. Again, I don't know the reference, but I will take your word for it. I will take your word for it. All right, back to my boys. Here we are. To the boys.
Yeah, the Iranians.
The European economy, the British economy, the West in general, is entering a serious vortex of pain.
Yeah, the Iranians have made clear and they're well aware of their ability to inflict this kind of pain, but they have made clear that this conflict is not going to end for some time until that pain is felt. And I think it's important to note that the Iranians have realized that this is an existential struggle. Both last June and now, when Israel and the United States attacked Iran, they were in the midst of negotiations. So the Iranians can hardly trust another negotiating team. Where do you see, or what do you see as the weeks progress? We've already seen, especially in the global south or in countries, some of the countries I mentioned, even Japan, that this is already a crisis. Paint for us a picture, a few weeks from now, a few months from now, how dire this can become and what the consequences are.
Without wanting to, cause panic amongst our viewers, this is really serious because, as you mentioned, Japan takes 90% of its energy, or of its oil and natural gas, from Qatar, from Saudi Arabia, from the Gulf. The Japanese economy is a significant cog in the international Western machine. And when you look at what's happening, particularly in Bangladesh, already in Bangladesh, the textile industry is on a go slow. Simply because they are fearful that their gas supply and therefore their electricity production is going to come crashing to a halt as a result of the total dependence of Bangladeshi electricity production generation on the Gulf. So the snowballing effect is really what matters. It's not so much the primary effects; it's the secondary and tertiary effects, and those are going to continue even if.
I have just heard the claim that the Bangladeshi economy is largely reliant on gas that comes out of the Gulf states, which is currently shut down. Accordingly, Bangladesh, which is a large cheap labor and production economy for the global economy market, is going to be effectively shut down or massively reduced in its capacity. Are you able to verify this claim? Good thing Nigeria got those solar panels from China. Yeah, fucking hell. Bangladesh will be shut down is overstated and misleading. Bangladesh is highly dependent on imported energy. Bangladesh relies on imports of 95% of its energy needs. Gas is critical electricity and industry, especially manufacturing. Large share of its gas comes from the Gulf. Current disruption linked to the Middle East conflict. There's already been fuel rationing, panic buying, emergency LNG purchases at high prices. The gas shortage would reduce power generation, hit factories, especially textiles and manufacturing, and force industrial slowdowns. Interesting. What exactly does the world economy rely on Bangladesh for in terms of production and manufacturing capacity? Like, are we talking about the fashion industry is about to take a fucking nosedive here? There won't be any more seasonal fashion? Bangladesh plays a very specific but extremely important role in the global economy. It's one of the world's largest low-cost mass manufacturing hubs, especially for clothing. Bangladesh's global powerhouse in clothing production. It's the second largest garment exporter in the world after China. It supplies fast fashion, budget retail, everyday basics, t-shirts, jeans, hoodies, underwear, socks, school uniforms, workwear, cheap bulk fashion items. Major global retailers, brands like H&M, Zara, Walmart, Target. Roughly 80 to 85% of Bangladesh's exports are garments. What it matters globally, if Bangladesh slows down, you get clothing shortages, price increases in retail, pressure on supply chains already stretched past COVID, textile and fabric processing, fabric cutting and stitching, dyeing, finishing textiles, knitwear production. It acts as a middle state manufacturing hub. Raw materials often come from elsewhere, China or India. Final products assembled in Bangladesh. Low-cost labor manufacturing at scale. Bangladesh's real global role isn't just like this is the global proletariat. Like right here, like the globe uses the Bangladeshi proletariat to make and put together its clothes. Like it's actually been like this for a long time, right? But like we're talking about a significant section of the proletariat, like the world's working class actually turning out the clothes that everybody wears is going to get shut down. Very interesting. Very interesting. Fashion scene goes down due to fuel crisis. My position just keeps getting stronger. LOL. Oh, man. This is fucking mental. Might be a good idea to short fast fashion. They rely on constant output to stay out of debt. Interesting. Yes, join me, become an accelerationist. Dark forces. That's not the point of accelerationism. It's not to have a crisis in the economy that smashes things up. It's actually supposed to be accelerating the forces of production to a point that just makes technology so fucking mental that everything else becomes irrelevant, I thought. But like, if you mean acceleration, it's because you just want to see everything burn and us move into the dark ages. I don't know, man. Razor's in the house. How you going? Yo, what's up, mystery? Check out Wake in Fright. Great movie. I've never heard of it. Interesting. I'm gonna add that to my little list. Yeah, this will immediately fuck Australia's fast fashion businesses. Like the one I used to work for, they are held up by debt. Interesting. Okay, Mr. Webster Diction. No, I just mean like the form of accelerationism I know is like supposed to be about like accelerating technology, but you're talking about just accelerating crises, right? And just like letting it burn, see what comes from the ashes. It's not the type of accelerationism I know, but like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, please.
As I said before,
it's a good movie. The hunting scenes are a bit confronting, though.
The snowballing effect is really what matters. It's not so much the primary effects, it's the secondary and tertiary effects. And those are going to continue even if, as I said before, the Straits of Hormuz open tomorrow, because it takes a long time for these supply chains, as we found out during the pandemic, to be kick-started again. And if you take into consideration that already we are in a macroeconomic recessionary kind of trajectory, then in conjunction with the fact that, as you said, the Iranians are not about to agree with Donald Trump, even if Donald Trump wants an agreement with them, even if he wants to end the bombing now, simply because, you know, they've been taken to the cleaners a number of times. And it's not just recent. You'll recall that in 2015, there was an agreement with the White House, back then with Barack Obama. I remember when I visited the White House in April 2015 and I had a meeting with him, I was only interested in talking about Greece, as you can imagine at the time, because we were in the doldrums. And he didn't want to talk about Greece. He didn't talk about Europe. He said the only thing he wanted to talk about was Iran and how he was keen to see Iran being reintegrated into the world financial circuits. And he did go through with that agreement. The Iranians were very happy. The Europeans were very happy. And then Donald Trump gets elected and tears up that agreement. So, the Iranians have had a good 10, 11 years to contemplate what it is that they can get out of a peace deal, an agreement, a deal, any kind of deal with the United States. And the answer to that is not much. The West is simply not reliable. They're not reliable during negotiations. Don't forget that the bombing of Iran now started while negotiations were taking place, with Oman playing the role of go-between. And they can't trust the West. They can't trust, especially Washington, even after a deal has been concluded. So they're not going to do any favors to Japan, to Canada, to Australia, to Britain, to Germany, to France, let alone to the United States. That is all those powers which, despite their declarations of wanting to become autonomous and sovereign from the United States, nevertheless, they make their military bases available to the United States bombers, which from there, bomb the smithereens out of Iran, kill, school children in their territory. So
this is what we were talking about, Voltaire. It's just like, yeah, okay, fine. But like they do make their military bases. They might be out of the conflict, the Gulf states, but they make themselves available for their overlords, the US. Razor, I woke up today because of a missile alert, and it was so close that we felt the house shake from the missile interception. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That's mental. I have a vacation to my family hometown after a couple of hours, and I didn't sleep well. Holy shit, bro. That's fucking mental. I hope you are okay. Good luck, man. I don't even know what to say in a situation like this. Like, fucking good luck to you. I hope your family is okay. God damn. Who's this? Depressed 4-inch 40. Barack Hussein. Was it Barack Hussein that confessed to Trump that he regrets not invading? Yeah, and what? So, like, they're all implicated? Like, all the presidents are just as bad as each other? Hey? Barack Obama, Trump, Bush, Bubba. They're all just horrible. Horrible. Is that your point? Depressed 4-inch 40? Funny name. Funny stuff. It's crazy, man. Good luck to you, Razor, honestly. Fucking crazy shit. Yeah, podcast I watched had to go off while live. The house shook and power went out and you heard the bang. So sorry for anyone going through it. It's horrible. Yeah.
Let's brace ourselves for a major tsunami that's going to hit us. It's already been hitting us, without any prospect that it will subside anytime soon.
Well,
I don't know why they're targeting the residential neighborhood, regardless of the nature of the relationship. You shouldn't residential neighborhoods. You shouldn't have residential neighborhoods as a target. Yeah, I agree. I heard it was the 45th president that regretted not going to war. Well, like, tell it to fucking depressed 4-inch 40 over there. Eh? Apparently it wasn't Mr. Hussein. What do you got to say now, Mr. 4-inch 40?
Of course, the worst effects will be felt in the global south, in countries such as Japan that don't produce oil themselves. It's a huge benefit to Russia, of course. Trump couldn't lift the sanctions fast enough because of all of the problems that are already occurring within the supply chain in India. And Europe. Europe is going to pay for this. And I find the attempt by the Trump administration to get European allies to provide ships on a kind of suicide run up and down the strait after essentially dismissing and even insulting these allies, just another example of the crumbling edifice of the American empire. I mean, the United States, I think it's an oil exporter. It actually will probably suffer less direct pain, or at least in the short term, although as the global economy, you know far more than I do, so I'll let you talk about this, but as the global economy unravels, then there will be secondary blowback pain on the U.S. economy. But let's talk about the different tiers of that will be affected, starting with the global South, looking at Europe, and then maybe the United States.
Well, let me start with the United States, if I may, because I was struck by what Trump said. He said quite correctly that the United States is a net exporter of energy after the fracking revolution, and therefore he said, well, when the price of energy goes up, of oil goes up, of gas goes up, we Americans make more money. Now that just goes to show a complete lack of understanding, which of course, Trump shares it with most of the traditional, the legacy press, of the fact that there's no such thing as the United States. There are many United States. There are the working class Americans, there are the middle class Americans, there are the financiers, there are the realtors. Now, there's no doubt that, if the United States were a communist country and every American citizen was a shareholder in USA, then of course Trump's argument would hold. But they're not. It is the oil companies that are making, last time I looked, they've already made something like 80 billion from the increase in the price of oil. But if you are a MAGA, blue-collar...
we should have a Discord movie night chat. I saw that. I fucking agree. And I still want to do super progressive movie. Just saying. Mystery is optional if we want to invite him. Look, if I do get invited though, I'm going for fucking super progressive movie all the way. All the way. If I have any say in this, we got to do super progressive movie. I still haven't watched it yet.
Worker who has to drive. They've already made something like 80 billion from the increase in... Of course, Trump's argument would hold, but they're not. It is the oil companies that are making, last time I looked, they've already made something like 80 billion from the increase in the price of oil. But if you are a MAGA, blue-collar worker who has to drive to a bullshit job on, in a car that guzzles gas, then you're done. You can't make ends meet. So you don't have to go to Bangladesh to see who's going to suffer. The working class of the United States is going to suffer, because let's not forget that these wars, these trade wars, these actual wars, lethal wars, they're all class wars in the end. So it's not who is going to benefit the United States or Germany or Japan or Russia. The working classes are going to lose out everywhere. And maybe the working class in Missouri and Mississippi is going to lose even more than the working class in Bangladesh, because let's not forget that countries like Bangladesh have very strong social networks. They have family units and they have village units, and they look after each other. There's a degree of solidarity. They have not suffered the dislocation of the working class, of the nomadic working class of your country, Chris. But now I'm going to do as I'm told, and I'm going to talk about Japan and the European Union. And
yeah, I want to know what's going to happen to Japan. Fucking hell. No mysteries. We can have one. Oh, man. Razor, I was going to film the moment of the missile, but that's forbidden to avoid espionage and national betrayal. It's better. So it's true. There it is. You're getting that from the whole... You can't even film shit. It's good that the laws support this idea, which is not to take photos for the enemy. So you think it's a good idea? So basically what we're talking about here, Razor, is censorship. And so you think it's good to not film stuff that's going on because it might be used by the enemy. So don't take any accounts or documents of what's really happening because it could be used by the enemy. Do you reckon that's what it's really about? There's no second 1984 shit going on there. Why they're it's not a manipulation. It's not that they don't want information to get out about what's really happening. It's just that they don't want the enemy to use that information. So don't document anything, people. It's an interesting point, man. Interesting take, I should say. I mean, the idea that there is no image of the people who want to attack us. I mean, the idea that there is no image of the people who want to attack us. Yeah, but you agree with basically the idea of the censorship, which is your government saying no one should be documenting what's happening. And what did you describe it as? It's to avoid espionage and national betrayal. it's better. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting point. Or take, I must admit. I can't relate to that. I honestly can't relate to that. But fair enough. All right, let's... Apparently, Japan gets 90% of its energy, i.e. fuel, from the Gulf states. One, can you verify this? And then briefly describe what happens to Japan the longer the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Yes, because this time requires cooperation to repel the aggression. I believe that any citizen living safely in their homeland will think this way. Okay, fine, Razor, but so you actually think that by not taking photos of shit, that's going to stop Iran from doing what it's doing? Like, I'm all for solidarity and stuff like that. If you think you're doing a service for your community and the greater good kind of thing, like, fair enough. But, like, do you believe that not documenting this stuff will actually, like, stop Iran from doing what it's doing? Yes, broadly accurate for oil, but needs precision. Japan gets 90 to 95% of its crude oil from the Middle East, the Gulf region. 70% of that oil normally passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Some reporting notes over 90% of imports are exposed to that route in practice. However, it's mainly oil, not all energy. LNG device dependence on the Middle East is much lower. Yeah, where do they get their gas from? Somebody say Australia. Dilemmas, where do they get their gas from? Clean summary, oil 95% from the Middle East. Very accurate claim. What happens if the Strait of Hormuz stays shut? Phase 1, short term. Japan activates emergency buffers, releases strategic oil reserves, 45 days plus supply initially. Affects fuel price spike, government intervention increases, no immediate shutdown. Phase 2, medium term, 1 to 3 months. Severe price shock, oil prices surge, transport, electricity, industry all hit. Japan's economy, very energy import dependent, slows. Industrial pressures. Phase 3, longer term, 3+ months. Real supply shortages, stockpile rundown, imports remain constrained. Energy rationing, fuel rationing, industrial prioritization. Damn. Interesting. Hey, Gade. Hey, E, would you be able to do the other Chris Hedges interview if we got time? This one actually covers the topic of sacrifice zones. I want your audience to see it. Okay. I might do that afterwards then. Razor, not specifically, but it will stop the attack that hits sensitive areas. That's what I mean. Okay, fair enough. Like, when you are working in government in any way, you can't take photos in some areas because of the security of the country, right? Yes, I agree with that, yes. So not specifically, but it'll stop the attack that hits sensitive areas. That's what I mean. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. US can sell to Japan. Where it gets interesting is who will sell to Europe. The obvious candidate is Russia. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a fair call, I must admit. Yeah. Fair enough. Spandog's in the house. It's almost like depending on the Middle East for oil was a bad idea. Hopefully this causes the recession we've needed since Keating. Come on, market crash. No, am I hearing this correctly? Are people like vying for an actual market crash here? Like, people actually want to see something like, I don't know, the Great Depression? Like the GFC was a thing, but like, you know, Australia was like very, very cushioned from that. Like really, compared to what happened to other people around the world. Like, are we actually vying for this? People putting their money on, I definitely do. God damn. Like, I'm all for a collapse of capitalism exposing how awful this system of economy is in the 21st century. Like, it's gone past its usefulness. But like, that's savage, bro. Like, a lot of people are going to be affected by this. People will die. We don't deserve to have wealth here. We make nothing. Fuck. Talk. What's that the bed you wake up on this morning? Savage take. My God. The children yearn for dramatic change. Like, I'm the revolutionary here, and like, I feel like I'm advocating against this drastic measure. But like, fine, man. If this is the way it has to go. Change, yes, but it brings great suffering to the working class. Yes, immense suffering to the working class. Immense. And like, it's always on the precondition that type of like a global financial crisis, which is what we're talking about here, of this nature, a global recession, will actually have like what crises are supposed to do, like a kind of, it'll have the effect of like a check and a balance in the system, and the system will recover. Like that is the assumption there. But like, you can't assure that the system will recover and like get better. It may just lead to a further concentration of wealth in fewer and fewer hands, leading to greater distribution issues and inequality. It's fucking mental stuff. Jag, the problem is there hasn't been enough education and organization to take advantage of such a catastrophic event. We would just end up where we started. Yeah, but like, or even worse, like, which is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, without the organization of working people, then like, yeah, like it'll, like the concentration of wealth will just get worse. And like the system that might come out of the ashes there may be even worse than what we've got at the moment. Potentially. It's a big fucking, it's a massive play. To be like bend it all, like kind of thing. We've shifted it all into property that we trade at an ever-increasing values like some kind of precious metal. Eventually, when we realize we don't want/need that land or gold or whatever, and it's hot garbage and it's not changing, we might as well hand the keys to the techno-feudalists. Like Jag, like I am more and more starting to think, as we analyze this Iran situation more and more, and people are just like, oh, this was crazy. I can't believe they let this happen. And you listen to people getting grilled by Senate hearing, and they're just like, but did you not fucking tell him this was going to happen? And it's like, everyone's like, yeah, it's fucking obvious, isn't it? Like, he was told. Everyone knows what was going to happen. They did it anyway. Like, that's what's happening here. We're having potentially an engineered crisis. And like the techno-feudalists, like we're in surveillance capitalism, and this is how they grab more of the global pie for themselves. And like, you know, global pie, like the pie that's left over between the divide between East and West, BRICS and the Western nations. Like, if this is an engineered crisis, like all of us on the fucking periphery of the American empire, all the vassal states, we're in for a fucking bumpy ride. And I don't think it's the type of crisis that's just going to fix our housing market. You'll just have is it Blackstone? I want to say Blackstone situation. You'll have some companies that form in Australia will have a crisis, and they'll just buy up all the properties, like what happened in the GFC, and then they'll just be the biggest property owner in Australia, and they'll own all the property, and then everyone will just have to rent off them, and we'll still be fucked anyway. Literally can't afford it to get worse. It needs to break. Again, like, I'm all for seeing capitalism crumble, but like, you know, if we don't have a plan to rise from the ashes, like, it will just be some group that has enough capital at the right time that'll just make bank on the chaos. Like with all the crises, let's be honest. Man, I'm surprised. Yeah, if we don't step in as the people and is banned, IDS banned, disband the property market when it crashes and rewrite new laws, of course, the same thing will happen again. Oh, okay, right. I've been thinking for a while now that a major crisis would just benefit the techno-feudalists, but I wasn't expecting this to be the impetus. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? What's better than a fucking crisis, right? And a crisis of this nature as well. Because like you can just blame it on war. Like nobody likes war anyway. Don't worry about it. Hey, can't blame me. You guys asked for this. But that's what Carp is talking about all the time. You want to live your fucking cushy lives? You like having rights? Hey, you like your civil rights? Well, you don't get your civil rights for free. You get it because we are out there merging with the military-industrial complex to kill your enemies abroad. The only reason you live with your nice little civil rights, hey, and your constitution is because we're out there killing your enemies that we create, but we kill them for you. And so, like, that's the world. That's the real world that we live in, hey? I don't understand the third process here. Someone thinks a real estate crash will make housing more affordable to someone other than the wealthy. Yeah, well, not without, apparently, laws and organization. And I don't see the fucking organization. Love Jeff, spot on E. We need a plan to organize before. It's all exciting until you can't put food on the table. Yeah, fuck. I don't know, guys, like, and gals, like, this is some very interesting territory we're moving into. Razor, humans don't change or learn. They always fight over trivial and foolish reasons, and then we create the catastrophe that we, the residents, have to deal with and fix. I hope we get the opportunity to deal with it and fix it. They forget that they probably won't have a job and be pinching pennies the whole time. What happens when the Coles, Woolies do up this side? It's not feasible to keep running stores. Yeah, just like the fuel people, right? Hey, the tier 1 fuel suppliers. Just cut out the regions. What happens when, Coles and Woolies decide they're just going to cut out regions and metropolitan areas one by one? Hey, we're going to have a fuel czar. We're going to have a supermarket czar. That's why Sky News capture of the farmers is scary. I hate it, but they do have a point. Our mobsters do somewhat run protection rackets that protects ish. LOL. Oh man. We haven't had any large movements that resulted in change in a long, long time. And it's when we stopped withholding our labor for improved circumstances. They already do. They just close the windows. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. Wow, fuck, shit just got dark, man.
Global South. Now, there are two kinds of Global South countries. The ones that have been blessed with a great deal of investment from China. And here I'm talking about countries like Ghana, like Kenya, where already in the last 2 years, 3 years, Chinese solar panels and Chinese very high quality batteries have already given communities across Africa and in some Asian countries as well, autonomy from the fossil fuel industry. So in countries like Kenya and Zambia and Ghana, in the same way that those countries never developed sufficiently their standard telephony, standard telephones with wires going through your home and so on, and leapfrogged communications revolution by going straight to mobile phones, straight to mobile telephony. Similarly, you find a lot of a number of countries in the global south which no longer require fossil fuels because they've had in the last few years, very few years, a substantial increase in their autonomous green energy production and storage. Those countries are going to be less affected, and their reliance on Chinese manufacturing, particularly solar panels and batteries, is going to get much greater. Then you have other countries which didn't have that blessing of autonomous energy systems, and they are going to suffer more. Europe is in an awful situation, Chris. Awful situation. And it is not simply a tide that's going out, sinking our boats into the mud of recession uniformly across Europe.
It's Giannis. Of course it was going to get dark. Like, I expected dark from from Chris, for sure. Giannis is like, just gets real. Chris gets dark and heavy as fuck. Like, I'm saying the chat's getting dark. Like, we're talking about, like, bring on the fucking crisis. And as you said, Lab Jeff, like, let the working classes of the world burn in the chaos if it corrects the market. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to sacrifice working people to correct the market. If we're going to have a crisis, the crisis should correct the economic mode itself, not just reestablish the market under better conditions so we can keep on marketeering like it's a viable solution. We don't talk about the fracking. Anyway, but yes. Okay, I view nuclear in the way Yanis is viewing phones, i.e. other countries. If we hold out on nuclear, we'll be able to leapfrog other countries when we finally get more advanced nuclear plants designed by China. Can you not write China? Is that you had to write it like that? The two wolves inside of you meme. But it's these two. Wonder where you're going with that. Autonomous is a great pronunciation. I think that is something missing during the energy debates last year, was the leapfrog attitude. If we wait for better opportunities, we can trash other nations in the energy market. Razor, I thought NATO would try to reach an agreement with America, but they refused America's request to join them, even though they're almost facing two fronts that harm them from the side of America and from this side of Russia. Yeah. Dilemma. So instead of fossil fuel industry having the world by the balls, it will be China instead. No, just these, global south nations that choose to use solar panels. Don't worry about it, Dilemmas. We will continue having the fossil fuel industry having us by the balls. Don't worry about it. KK Online, and renewables are supposed to swap in and out, so they advance over time. Just a meme rule. RuPaul has fracking farms in Perth and then tried to backtrack saying, oh no, it's his husband's farm. Okay, lovely. Hobo Joe, let the market burn and the workers rise up and take control. They can't rebuild without us. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but we do, the point's already been made by Jag, I'm pretty sure. You got to have the organization as their kind of thing in order to have the workers kind of rise up. We talk about it all the time. If we don't have any consciousness, there ain't going to be any workers rising up. They're all going to be like, please state, save me, as opposed to taking matters into their own hands. And we've seen what the state is capable of in situations like this. Everybody just hands over their rights to the state in exchange for that security that may never come. The security just means more surveillance and more repression, basically. Love Jeff, keep holding out and we miss the technology that's here today. Yeah, it's a delicate game, isn't it? Clean coal. Yeah. Razor, the world I dream of is one where there are no foolish madmen in high positions of the strongest countries. Fuck it. Hey, what a utopia that is, Razor. Am I right? Okay, look, I'm happy for China to have us by the balls. China number one. If we're all China, then we're all number one. Oh, man. Everyone should be turning their backs on Trump. Nearly a quarter of the population have been displaced. You know, that's not a bad point. Like, if everybody rebels against the empire at the same time, they'd be in big trouble. Big trouble. XNF. Quick. Oh, they have private islands and self-sustaining emergency bunkers. Let's burn everything down. That'll show them. Yeah, they've been fucking prepping for this, haven't they? XNF. It's not a fucking bad point. They'll just ride it out and then rule over the ashes. Fuck.
I was looking at electricity prices today across Europe, and I saw that in Spain, a kilowatt hour was worth 35 euros, something like $40. In Germany, it was 98, and in my godforsaken country, Greece, it was 144 euros. So it is not just that a wave has hit us in Europe from this tsunami or this recessionary tsunami. It has hit us asymmetrically. And the asymmetries are due to the relative power of the local oligarchies. So the reason why a kilowatt hour in Greece is 144, whereas in Spain it's only 35, is because we have different regimes. In Greece we have a totally oligarchic regime, which is totally in the pocket of Donald Trump. Totally.
I like how he calls governments regimes. It's like if it suits your adversary to call them a regime, you got to use the word regime for everyone. Everyone's a regime now.
In the pocket of kilowatt hour in Greece is 144, whereas in Spain it's only 35. It's because we have different regimes. In Greece we have a totally oligarchic regime, which is totally in the pocket of Donald Trump. Totally in the pocket of Donald Trump and Israel. Greece has become a satellite of Israel and NATO and the United States. In Spain, you have Sanchez, with whom I have many differences of opinion, but at least when it comes to Palestine, when it comes to the United States, Israel, Gaza, Iran, and also electricity manufacturing and distribution, electricity generation and distribution, I should say, his government, the Sanchez government, has gone contrary to the interests of cartels, of oligopolistic cartels. So you see that it's not just that Europe, which was already deindustrializing after 20 years of austerity, has just been hit by another wave that is recessionary and therefore detrimental to the interests of the working classes, but not to the interests of the cartels that are profiting it through the nose as we speak. What we also have in Europe is fragmentation. Europe's problem was always that we had a divide. It used to be a north-south divide. Now we also have an east-west divide. You can already see that the governments and the officials from the Baltic states, from even places that used to be civilized like Finland and Sweden, are now very much pushing for more war, for more military spending, for greater support for a war in Ukraine that is not going anywhere for the Ukrainians, only in order to create greater tensions with Russia. You have...
What about a mystery regime? Where is that when all the people are Australians? Yeah, a mystery regime. I could get behind that. No, it's Supreme Leader, mystery. And then my cabinet will be the mystery regime. So good. Hello, just another buzzword that's gonna lose all its actual meaning. Government equals currently in charge. Regime is the underlying system. No, it's gonna get new meaning. If you use regime for everyone, then no one can use it as a slight against their adversaries. It won't actually lose meaning this time. Sorry, well, actually, it'll lose meaning for propagandists that are just being like, if I say the R word enough, everyone will be scared of this person over here and not scared of us. It's just like, hey, you all do the same shit. Hey? Lose meaning for the propagandists. But for us, it's empowerment. I'm telling you. We don't get fucking hoodwinked by this. Oh, all the people over there are evil. We're not evil. We're not part of this machine at all. Are we? Eh? Never. Never. New meanings, yes. Terms of empowerment.
Spain, Ireland, to a lesser extent, Portugal, countries that are moving in a completely different direction. So the fragmentation of the European Union, which is the reason why the European Union is not really a union, it's a disunion, and why nobody's taking it seriously, least of all Donald Trump. That fragmentation is deepening and will become even worse as a result of the war in Iran.
What about regionally? How much does this implode the hegemony of the United States with Iran attacking Gulf states that have U.S. bases, of course, but that have really places like Dubai built their economies around international finance and this kind of stuff.
Well, the Gulf has been playing.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother. It's our propaganda and our language replacing it all. Damn right. Hey, let's take back the propaganda. It's time to use it for our interests now.
In the last 10, 15 years, a very substantial role in propping up the financial sector that is linked to the American dollar, that is linked to big tech. Data centers have been mushrooming across the Gulf. Investment in microchips, NVIDIA made a mint out of the Gulf. And all of a sudden, with this Israeli-led attack on Iran, which Donald Trump allowed himself to become trapped within, essentially the business model of the Gulf has collapsed, has utterly collapsed. Look at all these airlines. The best airlines in the world come from the Gulf. Qatar Airways, Emirates, Etihad, and so on. And they're all stationary. You can, wherever.
Are you saying I have to stop calling the steering committee of my local farmers market an oppressive regime? No, as long as you apply it fairly. That's all I'm saying. Razor, when we are in the mystery regime, you will be in jail if you don't have an Australian accent? No, that's not true. I'll just put you in jail if you take pictures of my evil regime. No documentary evidence, please. It's bad. It's bad PR.
You go around the world, those airplanes, wonderful, beautiful, gleaming new planes are sitting on the ground, accumulating billions of dollars of debt every day, of costs and losses. So essentially, what I'm saying is that with that ridiculous war that Donald Trump allowed himself to be sucked into, a substantial part of the financial and technological circuit that binds the Western dollarized economy, the political economy together, has been sacrificed. It has gone down the toilet.
Inflation's already...
That's the most Aussie you've ever sounded. Sup, you sick cunt. There, I passed. Yes, there's no jail time for you. Only if you take pictures. Don't take pictures of my regime. Sup, you sick cunt.
Begun. As this continues, how likely is hyperinflation? I've lived through a couple, Argentina, Nicaragua, Yugoslavia. All credibility in any government implodes when you have hyperinflation. How likely are we to get to that point, and what are the consequences?
I'm not worried about hyperinflation in the United States or in Europe. And the reason why I'm not worried is because I'm worried about something worse. I'm worried about stagflation. The central banks of the Western world...
Who called that before?
The European Central Bank, the Bank of...
Right at the start of the stream, someone said stagflation. I think it was you, Jag. You called it. Hey, have you been listening to Yanis? Hey?
And the reason why I'm not worried is because I'm worried about something worse. I'm worried about stagflation. The central banks of the Western world, the Fed, the European Central Bank, the Bank of Japan, they are not controlled by our congresses, our parliaments. They are not at all interested in the welfare of the little people who are struggling to make ends meet, to buy groceries, to buy eggs, to buy whatever it is that they need to buy in order to survive. They will not allow inflation to go above a certain level, even if that means hiking interest rates in the same way that Paul Volcker did in the early 1980s to 20, 21, 22%. By the way, since you mentioned Yugoslavia and you've had this experience, Paul Volcker was the man who actually destroyed Yugoslavia, not directly, but indirectly by pushing up interest rates. You will recall that in the early 70s, the Yugoslav economy was a very successful economy based on cooperatives. It was an interesting example, experiment in self-managed socialist enterprises, and it was so successful that American bankers were falling over each other in 1971, 72, 73 to lend money to Yugoslav enterprises. And Yugoslav enterprises made a huge mistake of taking that money. The result was that, when they borrowed at 3.5%, and then when Paul Volcker pushed interest rates to 22%, of course they went bust. And the rest is history. So they will do the same thing. The Federal Reserve, the ECB, if needs be, in order to protect the assets of the ruling classes, they're going to hike interest rates. But that is going to give rise to gigantic deflationary effects and to effects that are going to double, treble unemployment. So we're going to have inflation, not hyperinflation. combined with unemployment. Therefore, stagflation beckons.
Explain why. Why does that happen? And explain the effects of stagflation as opposed to hyperinflation.
Once upon a time, before the 1970s, economists, I'm speaking as
Trump is a PDF file and is not Rail's puppet. US soldiers are fighting and dying for a PDF file in Israel. I don't know if you're going to get much pushback on that take there, Zato. I don't think anyone's going to push back on you on that one at all. But I would just question whether he's completely an is not really puppet. I'd like to say it's more 50-50, not completely controlled. He's got other interest groups that control him, not just is not real. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but what is this question? How will it affect Europe? Bro, the whole world will be affected by the rising prices. If you're an industrialized country, you will usually have less damage. Yeah, it's a fair point. But a lot of these neoliberal Western economies did industrialize a lot. And they just shift things over to the global south. If you look at the era of the fall of Yugoslavia, it's very similar to what's happening in Oz. Almost like a playbook. Spain, Argentina, you pick the failed European nation, basically. Interesting bots today. Yeah, there's some interesting ones, aren't there? What, the 4-number Zato over here? I don't know, Zato's better than that other one we had earlier in the stream. Much better. At least coherent. Zato blackmailed with Epstein files and they up the world. Spandok, same issue they had with Industrial Revolution. You didn't want to participate and traded their property and gold for higher and higher prices till whoops, collapse. Better than the bot before. Yeah, I reckon. I agree. Take it. I agree. It's obvious. Dog with bees in Discord for you to oh fuck man. Why isn't it regular? I'm sorry, it's not refreshing. Inside there are 2 wolves. Not wanting to contribute to a capitalist society. Pumpkin spice spooky season. That's pretty good. That's hilarious, actually. Dogs with bees in there. Bees is expensive vet bills. Yeah. Zato, I'm head bot. You will report to me. Stagflation leads to an overpricing of assets and an underpricing of labor. So we earn less and assets like gold, stocks, housing go through the roof. We are basically already in the start of stagflation. Yes. As long as there isn't snackflation, I'm happy. I don't want to go hungry. Oh, man. It's coming. It's coming.
As one of that awful tribe, used to think that, there are 2 monsters that we should fear. Once upon a
effects of stagflation as opposed to hyperinflation.
Once upon a time, before the 1970s, economists, I'm speaking as one of that awful tribe, used to think that, there are 2 monsters that we should fear. But at least we don't have to worry about both of them at the same time. One monster was inflation, that is prices going up and up and up. The other monster was unemployment. And the conviction of my profession was, up until the 1970s, that you can't have both. Either prices are going to be going through the roof because the economy is overheating, or if the economy is underheating, it's getting cold, cool, then you will have unemployment but not inflation. And lo and behold, of course, in the 1970s, we had both. It's a very interesting question as to why we had both. We can go into it if you wish. But now, the point I'm making is that we have another bout of that simultaneous facing up to the 2 monsters at the same time. In the 1970s, the reason why I had both was because the global economic system, the global political economy, went through a major transformation. The first 2 decades after the Second World War were a period during which the United States was a surplus country. The United States, immediately after the Second World War, was the only creditor country. the only country with net exports, if you exclude Switzerland, which is a pipsqueak of a country, doesn't really count in the grander scheme of things. And the United States were the New Dealers in power, Roosevelt initially and then Truman, were very worried about how to maintain that, hegemony that came out of being a surplus country. So it was a very simple idea, and that was what the Bretton Woods system was between the late 1940s and August 15th of 1971. The Bretton Woods system was predicated on the notion that the United States would maintain its surpluses, its net exports, by dollarizing Europe and Japan. Effectively, Europe and Japan after the Second World War were burned down. We didn't have a monetary system. We didn't have the money to buy American exports. So the Americans dollarized Europe and Japan, sent us money to buy the net exports of the United States. And then as long as the United States had a surplus with Europe and Japan, with every Boeing airplane or Westinghouse refrigerator that was sold to the Europeans, a chunk of dollars that they had sent to Europe was coming back to the United States, and that was the recycling mechanism on which the first 2 decades after the Second World War were predicated. But by the end of the 60s, the United States no longer had a surplus. It had a deficit. Therefore, that system could not work because it was simply pumping more dollars out and sending them to Europe and to Japan, creating lakes of dollars, which eventually undermined the value of the dollar. And, Nixon blew it up. And the Nixon shock of the 15th of August 1971, which had very significant people behind it, not Richard Nixon, who was also a madman in authority like Donald Trump, but he had somebody like Paul Volcker designing the whole thing and Henry Kissinger in his team. The idea of those men, which actually worked, was that, now we have a deficit. What we're going to do is we're not going to go German and, tighten our belts and impose austerity upon ourselves, because that would simply mean falling investment, the hegemony of the United States would disappear. No, what we're going to do, now that we have a deficit, we're going to increase the deficit, make it even bigger. And we're going to make the capitalists of Germany, France, Italy, and Japan, and later China, much later, pay for it. So, the American trade deficit became the vacuum cleaner that was sucking into the territory of the United States the net exports of Germany, Japan, later China. These were paid for by IOUs called US dollars. And of course, what did the Japanese, German, and the Chinese do with the dollars? Well, they sent it back to the United States through Wall Street, and that money bought American government debt, treasuries. In other words, the trade deficit of the United States was subsidizing the American government, the American military. Another chunk went to real estate. That's why people like Donald Trump became rich. And then a third chunk went into purchasing some equities, that is stocks, in the New York Stock Exchange. Now, that was the model. Now, for that to happen, there was need for a significant devaluation of the American dollar. So Nixon devalued the American dollar by 30%. He sent John Connolly, remember the Treasury Secretary of Richard Nixon's? He went to Europe and he said, folks, the dollar is our currency, and from today, it is your problem. So he devalued it, and that devaluation meant inflation. And it also meant, in order to reduce the wage costs in the United States, effectively suppressing trade unions. Ronald Reagan completed that later on, suppressing real wages. That meant a combination of falling demand because workers had less money to buy stuff. So that created an investment fall. That meant unemployment with inflation together. So the price that the American working class and the working classes of Europe and the rest of the world...
Who would have thought when working people don't have money to buy things, that's a problem for the economy? Hey, who would have fucking thought? Somebody better tell that to Peter Credlin. He's complaining about why Australia doesn't have more oil refineries. It's because Australian workers get paid too much so they can buy stuff in the economy. Fuck, she pisses me off.
Had to pay for America transforming itself from a surplus country to a deficit country and maintaining, for the first time in human history, America was the first empire that managed to get more hegemonic by going more into the red. That has never happened before. This is, the Nixon shock's a remarkable transformation. That meant stagflation. Now, we have another such case now with, it started last year, with the tariffs. It started with the Genius Act. The Trump administration, people like Scott Bessent and Stephen Miran, that gang, their idea, I'm sure that this was not the Donald's idea because I don't think he can contain a couple of ideas in his head without exploding, but his team, who are not idiots, they just wanted to emulate the Nixon shock. So they privatized the dollar through the Genius Act with cryptocurrencies, not cryptocurrencies so much, but stable coins like Tether. They are using big tech and the investment in artificial intelligence for the purposes of sucking into the territory of the United States the net capital flows of the rest of the world. The American trade deficit hasn't been reduced that much, so that element, the vacuum cleaner, still works. The vacuum cleaner that the Richard Nixon administration invented still continues. They went straight for the same playbook of reducing the value of the American dollar by 20-30%, as Nixon did. So we had all the elements of the stagflationary moment of the 1970s coming back, and now the war in Iran is making it worse. Because stagflation, remember, as we said before, it's an increase in inflation and an increase in unemployment at the same time. Well, that's what's happening now. In the United States, you pay more for gas to drive to your job, so inflation is there, and at the same time, demand for goods and services and therefore for labor is also falling, so unemployment is going up. So, Donald Trump could have escaped the stagflationary moment, the second stagflationary moment, had AI investment managed to maintain itself without cost-push inflation from energy. But, he fell into the trap that Netanyahu set up for him.
Do you think that as the weeks go on and this crisis becomes more acute, this buttresses the authoritarian tendencies of governments from India to Germany to the United States? Does authoritarianism benefit from this?
Always, Chris, always. From the mid-war period, what was fascism? It was what happens to capitalism when it can't deal with a crisis of its own making. When the capital...
Remember that quote, okay? Remember that quote. What is fascism? There are many ways to talk about this, but this is a very interesting statement and summary of what fascism is in relation to the mode of economy, as opposed to a cultural political shift. Just listen to that one again.
From the mid-war period, what was fascism? It was what happens to capitalism when it can't deal with a crisis of its own making. When the capitalist class lose control, they pull the levers and they don't work anymore, like hapless pilots.
It's a very interesting point. Just think about that. When the political system doesn't serve economic interests anymore, when there is some form of a crisis that is happening, and for some reason or other, the nice democratic system that you've set up, your republic, your parliament, whatever, it's just not doing it for the people that really call the shots behind the closed doors anymore. They just cut that shit out. Bring on the hard man, the strong man, the small group of individuals that'll make the hard choices and crack down on everybody's civil liberties and freedoms, and bring on some fucking authoritarian nightmare to keep things afloat. Just remember that. Spend of the Australian housing market is significantly larger by total value than the Australian mining industry, with residential property values currently more than 20 times the annual export earnings of the mining sector. As of early 2026, the total value of Australian residential housing surpassed 12.3 trillion, while mining exports earning are forecast to be roughly 369 billion in 25 to 26. This is our problem here, and unfortunately I don't see it changing unless it crashes. Interesting. Giannis for PM. Yeah, why not? And he is Australian. He's got an Australian citizenship. So Giannis for PM all the way. Inflation comes first due to the manipulation of prices by the rich. And also because of the state of wars of this kind. We wage a war that harms the global economy, and then inflation occurs in the world. But the first beneficiary is often the United States, which can sell weapons and other things to protect countries at inflated prices. Well, apparently they're struggling to sell weapons now. Isn't that interesting, Razor? And that might be the real pinch point for this crisis. America can't even keep up with its own, like the problems that it creates. That's why they see these wars as necessary for survival. And this type of and this is typical for the United States. Spend on crises, always show the true capabilities and expose the cracks. That's why communism is scary. America is armed, and it didn't do anything. That's why gun rights are important. What's the first thing dictators do? Disarm the people. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Who are in the cockpit, and suddenly the levers don't respond to their pulling and pushing. Fascism is the go-to ideology and the go-to, practices which allow them to remain in power. The fascists have always been particularly useful to the ruling class every time the ruling class made a mess of it and could not contain the crisis of its own making.
And we're already, civil liberties are being eviscerated by the hour in the United States. The Department of Justice is just a vengeance machine for the Trump administration. Court orders are ignored. I think there were 96 issued in January in Minneapolis against ICE, all of which had no effect.
Savage. Got to make sure you're strapped so ICE can put you out of your misery. Yeah, multiple times. Hey? It's like the fucking Simpsons joke. Stop, he's already dead. Yeah, that's the truth about it though, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you have gun rights or not. They'll use that as an excuse to fucking take you out as well. What is your response to that, actually, Dilemmas? Like that they shot that guy, Freddy, multiple times, 10 times, over and over again while he was on the floor because he was strapped. Oh, actually, you argued this already at the time, and you said that they didn't shoot him because of the gun or something like that. I think we already had this conversation. Even though, like, it's pretty clear that they saw it. Because America thinks it can continue this way, but look, no one wants to get involved in American war, especially the Europeans. Did you think NATO would ignore Trump and say, we won't join this war? Did Renee Good? Yeah, we're not talking about Renee, bro. Like, don't bring in other things. Like, just stick to the point. Did Renee Good have a gun? No, she had a weapon, apparently. She had a car. So she had a weapon, and she was killed for having a weapon. Yeah, her gun had wheels, exactly. No, Dilemmas thinks they shot him because the gun accident. Oh, that's right. Yes. This type of gun, the 600 something shoots off all the time by itself. And because it shot by itself, they shot him 10 times, multiple times while he was on the floor and not moving. Gun laws won't do anything. America is armed and it didn't do anything. And I forgot about that. The gun shot, this gun shoots itself.
We're had no issued in January in Minneapolis against ICE, all of which had no effect. We're already. How does this crisis further consolidate that power, and what do things begin to look like?
What you saw in Minneapolis, the murder of American citizens, what you saw with ICE turning into the stormtroopers of Donald Trump from the day he moved into the White House for the second time, that was happening while he was winning. So imagine what was going to happen when he's losing. We saw what happened in 2020. We saw what happened when he lost the election and he refused to acknowledge it. I don't want to even begin to imagine what's going to happen in the midterms in November when he sees his numbers coming down.
Someone mentioned the midterms. Jag, say the thing. Say the thing, Jag, quickly. Also, most people with guns are usually the biggest bootlickers. Razor, do you know why gun laws don't work in America properly? Because they are fools who shoot anyone who enters their yard, and a child takes their father's gun and shoots another child. Hey, what kind of stupid law is this? Question mark. Jag, what midterm? Dude, we got to get that on this shirt. What midterms? There's a lot of Americans loving life right now, even if you don't agree. Yeah, there probably are a lot of Americans loving life right now. A lot of people in the world generally that are probably loving life right now. At peace with the world. Shirt worthy for sure.
Are there going to be elections? Will he try to stop them? It could very well be that he does, or that after the event he challenges the outcome. Look, it's happening all over. Here in Europe, there is a colleague of yours, a German citizen journalist, who he can't even buy groceries. He can't pay his rent. He can't. He's a non-person, and he can't even take his government to court because his government has not turned him into a non-person. His name is Hussein Dogru. He's a German citizen, and his crime was to write fiery articles about Palestine and actually very good reports on Palestine in Germany. And, you know, the European Union establishment discovered a way of preventing him from being a citizen of his own land, and also at the same time preventing him from taking them to court. Why? How did they do that? Well, they learned the lesson from me, because when they banned me from entering Germany a couple of years ago, I took them to court, and I think I'm going to win. So in the case of Hussein Dogru, you know what they did? The European Union, the Commission in Brussels, banned him from the European Union, a European Union citizen. They turned him into a non-person as an asset of Putin, just because they could. They could simply declare him a Russian asset. And, you know, the result is that if I or you send him some money, or even give him some money, if we go to Berlin and we give him a few notes in order to buy food, we will also be arrested for aiding and abetting a Russian asset. Now, this is happening in civilized Europe. This is not in Donald Trump's America. This is happening in, supposedly, a rules-based order called the European Union.
Well, they've gone after you. They've gone after Francesca. You have a court case in December.
Yeah, I want to argue against owning guns, but simulations still favor the hillbillies in the mountains over the military in a direct USA internal conflict. Interesting. Which dictator in history lets its population be armed? None. America isn't a dictatorship. It has earmarks, but good luck telling Appalachians what to do. I don't know about that, Dilemmas. Let me just double check that. Which dictator in history lets its population be armed? Let's just double check that quickly. Can you confirm if there have been any dictatorships in the last, let's say, 100 years that have allowed the citizenry to be armed? Very brief response, please. Adolf Hitler. Some citizens, mainly loyal groups, could own firearms. Benito Mussolini. Civilian gun ownership existence but required permits and state approval. Gaddafi, Libya, promoted arming citizens at times, often through militias aligned with the regime. Saddam Hussein allowed encouraged weapons among loyal tribal and party groups. Okay, so like basically we're talking about paramilitaries here. Can you provide any examples that might not be considered a paramilitary, as you have described many scenarios where people were allowed to keep them if they were aligned with the state? Yemen, civil gun ownership has widespread and cultural normal, not limited to formal militias. Iraq, some civilian ownership existed outside strict paramilitary structures. Yes, very few authoritarian regimes totally broadly armed the populations. Tolerated broadly armed populations. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but at least I can go to court. I mentioned Hussein Dogru because he can't go to court, because you see, they built up a fantastic catch-22. It is the European Commission that has rendered him a non-person. They banned him from traveling outside the borders of Germany, and remember, this is the European Union where we are supposed to have an almost God-given right to free movement within the European Union.
Like that isn't like that response that we just got from our research assistant is not conclusive at all, because we allowed it to decide what the term dictator means. So if you're trying to be like, oh, but this person was good person, this person was bad person, get off it, because the word dictator is just, it means one thing to one side of the fence and another thing to the other. So like, let's not use that word with any meaning here. So in conclusion, I'm not wrong though. No, they provided 2 examples of dictatorships that have allowed people. You said, give me an example of when it's ever happened. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Let me just double check that. Which dictator in history let a population be armed? None. Well, that's not true. So like, you're not wrong though. You are wrong. You are wrong. It's happened. You said none. So like, I'm sorry. You're wrong. But like, and this is broad again, because we're just using whatever the research assistant thinks is dictatorship. We could just say what group or authoritarian group or illiberal group or group like government structure that doesn't rely on democracy has ever allowed its citizens to be armed. But like we went with the dictatorship term.
So he's not allowed to go to Brussels, where he needs to go in order to contest in court the European Union order against him. That they have not done against Francesco or me, or this is elevating fascism to a higher plane.
And the left, those of us on the left, how do we respond to what's happening?
Oh, organize, and organize some more, and do that which we did when we were working together in Geneva. There's no alternative than the hard work of political organization.
Yeah, the sentiment did, but that's like you said, I'm not wrong though. You are wrong, because you said it's never happened. And like I took a hardline approach. Let's just go back to like the more loose approach the first time. Adolf Hitler did it, Mussolini did it, Gaddafi did it, Hussein did it. So like, that was a loose call, because they're like, yeah, it was encouraged among people that align with the regime, but like that's still allowing people to be armed. So like, I even went more hardcore for you to actually help your argument. And there was still a couple of examples that it came up with that it describes as dictators. So like, let's be fair here. I tried to be fair. Having unarmed citizens leads to authoritarian. No, but it doesn't by your definition. It doesn't. Like they allowed like you don't get more authoritarian than these examples that they're providing here. Look at this fucking Hitler, Mussolini, and they were allowing citizens to be armed. Yeah, it's happened in Yemen and Iraq, but not in those countries. But not in those countries did they allow blanket ownership for all citizens. Yeah, okay, and I clarified that. That's why I fucking went to the trouble of like making it go down. But like the claim was that you will never get a claim. You will never get a circumstance where a dictatorship, whatever that means again, will allow an armed citizenry. Wrong. Flat out wrong. And I'm sure there's more examples, but like we're just going with whatever the research assistant decides is dictatorship here. I'm sure there would be more examples.
To topple our governments. This is good old-fashioned politics. None of us can solve any of these problems atomistically, individually, through fiery speeches or wonderful articles. These are all important in order to organize people so that we can actually take over the levers of power. It sounds like a very tall order. Well, it is. But then again, as Hannah Arendt said, every revolution looked impossible before it happened and inevitable after it happened.
Great. Thanks, Giannis. And I thank Victor, Sophia, Max, and Thomas, who produced the show. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Well, I only have a small amount of characters to try and sum up my thoughts. You don't need to sum up anything. You were talking about sentiments. Your sentiment was clear. You do not have a dictator in history where you have an armed citizenry. Wrong. That sentiment is wrong. That sentiment is wrong. I'm sorry. Like, you don't need more characters to get that one wrong. You just said it just doesn't happen. It's not true. It's not true. What percentage of Australians own guns? Is it an oppressive and authoritarian state? Depends on who you speak to. That's why I'll let the research assistant decide what authoritarian means, what dictator means, like all that sort of shit. The way that Trump would with America is an obvious comparison. But yes, the use of the word none is hyperbolic way of stating. Fair enough. It's funny that it's in retrospect, it's now hyperbolic. It's interesting. Very interesting. The donk saw the nuance. Yeah, fair enough. All right, it's all nuance now. I think the sentiment was quite clear. You're saying it doesn't happen, and it does happen. Like, if you want to backtrack on that one and say you were being hyperbolic, that's fine. But, like, just be honest with yourself here. It's okay. It's okay. I will admit when I'm wrong. I think you should have the humility to do the same. I think the sentiment was actually quite clear that it never happens. It will never happen. It's just not the way it is. And it does happen. So, like, sorry. Well, you tore it down to a semantic argument. Oh my God. Look, this is not semantics at all. Let me just read it again, just to make sure that I haven't misquoted you here. Which dictator in history let its population be armed? ... None. That's not semantics, bro. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just, like I said, look, I will admit when I'm wrong about stuff. Just have the humility to admit when you're wrong as well. It's okay. I think I've been pretty honest. And I did concede that. Just saying, man. That one's not semantics. You asked the question and you gave an answer. None. How can you argue that this is now a semantic issue? I'm sorry, man. How you're so caught up on the 2 that allowed it compared to how many that didn't. Bit of distraction when the larger point was right there. Fair enough. It's all right. Backtrack, retrospect, go for it. Defend it in hindsight, go for it. But like, I think the statement was very clear. It was like, this never happens and will never happen. That was the sentiment. If you want to backtrack on it now, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. All right, we're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with some more. Don't go anywhere. If you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button, please. And if you're new here, subscribe for more. And if you're on Twitch, hit that follow. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, where are we at? Where are we at here? You know, I got fucking copyrighted for that, for showing the Monty Python sketch the other day. So disappointed. We didn't even watch much of it. I got fucking done for copyright. So bullshit. Can't do anything. This goddamn police state. It's outrageous. All right. I want to have a look at Palantir's involvement in this. Humor me, people. We're going to watch more democracy now. Brutal. It was like fucking like, we didn't even watch the whole sketch. It was like 2 minutes. I was like, oh, I wonder if this is going to be an issue. I'm like, no, it should be fine. And I got done. Just so we could have a laugh. Such an old sketch too. I know, fucking hell. Outrageous. It's fucking outrageous. So the Pentagon bombs thousands of targets in Iran using Palantir AI. I gotta know. I know everyone's not across like down with this type of issue as much as I am integration of AI, like surveillance capitalism, into the war machine, and like how this actually leads to like what I would refer to as an objective form of fascism. But we're seeing it. We're seeing the merger of the corporate sector into the military industrial complex at a grand scale at the moment with the AI revolution that's going on. Like it was already integrated before, but they're kind of contracting out to each other. Like they're working one-to-one here in terms of control and power, as we saw with Anthropic. And like it's always interesting to see how Palantir is really being used on the ground. Battle testing stuff, if you know what I mean. So we're gonna get this is a bit of a dark day today, I'm not gonna lie. The global economy is going to shit. We're gonna have a fucking crisis on our hands. Some people are calling to accelerate the crises as much as possible to restart the global system. And we're gonna figure out now how Palantir is being used in all of this. Anthropic has already been busted being used. Anthropic was being used in the first day of attacks on Iran. Probably, to help fine-tune the strikes. Speed up the kill chain, I guess. It's time to find out how Palantir is being used in this situation. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be some scary shit, I'm sure. Frightening stuff. So they complain when people move away from old media and the kids these days not having any knowledge of old stuff, but at the same time to punish people for sharing the content. Yeah. I know. I was worried about it, but I was like, oh, it's a good sketch. I was like, if I just show a little bit of it, maybe it'll be okay. But no, whole thing. Done. Spandog, yeah, it was just when the worst fascism dictatorships rose to power. They did it faster and more brutally than the slow pseudo-fascism of the American political system. It's an interesting point. Like the first year, Mussolini, Stalin, Hitler, Putin all actively hunted the dissidents and literally murdered people by the dozens. Yeah. What's a Monty Python? 6, 7. But the merger of corporate and state, very similar stuff. It is like the bare bone economic backing, the political economic backing of a fascist state. And then the ideological superstructure can move over, as opposed to having the ideological superstructure take over and then sorting out the political economy in the background. You have one merge or one move over the other. It's an interesting concept. All right, let us do this. Palantir, man. Let's find out.
As the U.S. and Israeli war extends into its 19th day, we turn now to look at how the U.S. is using artificial intelligence to identify and prioritize targets.
It's slower ideological takeover. All the rhetoric seems to be going that way too. It's interesting seeing it go backwards, kind of. There's an interesting theory called inverted totalitarianism. And so like the totalitarianism in the US is inverted on the totalitarianism of, I don't know, Stalinist, the Stalinist Soviet Union or something like that. It's like an inversion of that system because it's more done by like the corporate sector that has control over society. As opposed to like a one centralized party, it's like a myriad, like an oligopoly. And it's inverted, and so you don't really know it's there. It's an interesting concept to look at. I'll have to look up that one properly. That's a new one for me. Thank you. It's an interesting, very interesting. I think me and 4AS actually did a podcast on it back in the day. We talked about it a lot. They got a bunch of gay guys were wearing fascist clothing. It's just called a nightclub.
System known as Project Maven was created by Palantir, and it incorporates the AI model Claude built by Anthropic. The Pentagon's investigating if the AI system played a role in the U.S. strike on the Iranian girls' school that killed over 170 people, mostly girls. This is CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper talking about the use of AI in Iran.
Our warfighters are leveraging a variety of advanced AI tools. These systems help us sift through vast amounts of data in seconds, so our leaders can cut through the noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react. Humans will always make final decisions on what to shoot and what not to shoot, and when to shoot, but advanced AI tools can turn processes that used to take hours and sometimes even days into seconds.
Israel's used similar AI targeting programs in Iran as well as in Gaza and Lebanon. The Pentagon also reportedly used the AI tools during the recent military attack on Venezuela.
Bro, doing an infomercial? Yeah, it was crazy, wasn't it? You could see him reading the script as well. Fucking crazy shit.
When U.S. Special Forces abducted the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. This comes as a major...
That sounded like a lot like what Dario was saying in the interview we watched last week. What? Slow down. As in like how the system is being used by people in the kill chain and stuff? Or like you're talking about the infomercial kind of thing that we just saw. How like, oh, we're using it. It helps us like do things better and more efficiently. But like, don't worry. Humans will always be in the loop. And like Dario was kind of questioning whether we're ready for this technology yet. If that's what you're talking about. I would like to know more.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. This comes as a major rift has emerged between Anthropic and the Pentagon after Anthropic moved to restrict the use of its technology for mass surveillance of Americans and for fully autonomous weapons.
Sift through vast amounts of data, but humans are always in the loop, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Do you believe it, though? Are they really speeding up the kill chain? Like, do you reckon, like, it's probably, like, higher level targets probably get checked out? But, like, if they're doing thousands and thousands of strikes or, like, they're dropping thousands of bombs on a place, sometimes they leave a little bit up to the AI to decide. It's almost like the Pentagon gave him those talking points. And Dario, like Claude wrote the script for Setcom just then to give the infomercial. Dario signed up on it.
In late February, President Trump ordered federal agencies to stop using Anthropic products. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared the firm a supply chain risk, effectively cutting it off from government contracts and related work. It marked the first time the Pentagon's designated a U.S. company as a supply chain risk, prompting Anthropic to sue. On Tuesday, CNN reported that nearly 150 retired federal and state judges have filed an amicus brief supporting Anthropic in its lawsuit against the Trump administration. We're joined now by Craig Jones, senior lecturer in political geography at Newcastle University, author of The War Lawyers, the United States, Israel, and Juridical Warfare. He's the co-author of a new article in The Conversation headlined, Iran War Shows How AI Speeds Up Military Kill Chains. Why don't we start there, Professor Jones?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the US military, the Israeli military, as your headlines have said, using AI. The kill chain is a bureaucratic mechanism whereby militaries go from trying to designate targets to identify enemies and military targets to the process of actually killing them. They're in the process across the 20th century, early 21st.
All you have to do is write a book and you get a spot on Democracy Now! That mystery. Yeah, I know. But we're going to write a book. We're going to write a follow-up to Shoshana's Surveillance Capitalism. Eh? The real-world application. Add to the body of work on surveillance capitalism. Then we'll both be on Democracy Now!
A century of speeding that process up. Military drones have helped great.
As reachable, Govan, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Welcome to Stream Chat, by the way. Hey, go. Let us know what you mean by that.
With that, and the latest front of that is AI. As Bradley Cooper talked about, you're reducing a massive human workload of tens of thousands of hours into seconds and minutes. You're reducing workflows. And you're automating human-made targeting decisions in ways in which I think, open up all kinds of problematic legal, ethical, and political questions.
The U.S.-Israel war in Iran is being described as the first AI war. Explain what that means, Craig.
Yeah, I would say it's not quite the first AI war. As you mentioned, Israel has used AI in Gaza. I think this was the first
Only book I got out at uni was Surveillance Capitalism. All right. My man.
Major use of AI in warfare. I think actually the history goes back a little longer. With computer programs, with partially enabled with AI have been used in the background of military systems for several years now. It was used in a major way in Gaza in the first few months, where we saw tens of thousands of targets put in a target bank opted by military intelligence, up to 35,000 suspected.
Jesus, that's a uni and books giving me library PTSD. Yeah.
Where we saw tens of thousands of targets put in a target bank opted by military intelligence, up to 35,000 suspected Hamas combatants found themselves on this list as Israel worked through that to assassinate them, as well as tens of thousands of targets that are ultimately part of a civilian infrastructure. As you said, the US has used it with Maduro, and now Israel and the US also using these systems in Iran. The key innovation here is twofold. It is the use of AI for intelligence analysis. Military intelligence is multi-format. There is so much of it that hoovers up what they call signals intelligence, so mobile phones, internet traffic, SMS, mobile phone tracking, all kinds of things. And the AI systems are being used to spot what militaries call patterns of life. Who meets with who talks with who, what the nature of the messages, how are they interacting in ways which are deemed suspicious. And the AI systems look for those patterns and make recommendations, which is the second innovation, for targets. They nominate targets to this bank of targets, which then has, which we can talk about, some technical human oversight. And that's problematic, I think. It's problematic because that's a really persuasive technology. It's nominating hundreds, thousands of targets, potentially a day, and it's working at speeds which are just beyond, the evolution of human cognition.
So think about that, right? Like someone like Gaza, for instance, they have 35,000 potential Hamas targets that might be in the region. And they're running all of the intel that they can get now because of the surveillance capitalist world that we live in. Like all of the data that is provided by all of the people in the world and all of their, hundreds, if not thousands of interactions they do and data points they create on a daily basis. And something is crunching all of that information because no humans can do that. Something is crunching all that information and coming up with hundreds of targets a day, hundreds of things a day to be used. It's fucking mental. And like, this is AI warfare. Like, you know, the machines, like people are like, oh yeah, well, humans are in the loop because humans make the final decision. But like, how did you get the 100 or so targets that you're looking at right now? It wasn't a human that provided you with that. It was a machine that provided you those 100 people. So like, yeah, okay, it's humans that make the decision about whether those hundreds of people live or die or not, or get shot at. But like, it's delivered to you by a machine. So essentially, if the machine is giving you rubbish, it's hallucinating, then like you're getting rubbish targets as well at the same time. Like, it's pretty much, it's the kill chain itself now. It's the basis of the entire kill chain. Pretty fucking crazy. Do AIs dream of killing sheep? Yeah, by the fucking hundreds, it would seem. By the hundreds. Because they can just process more.
In, again, ways that are problematic.
Can you explain, I mean, this is being investigated by everyone, including the U.S. government and the Pentagon, how Palantir was used, it's believed, in the first strikes, the first day of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, may have been involved in the targeting of a girls' school in southern Iran, using the tools of Palantir and Claude, which is a property of Anthropic.
Yeah, so this strike on the girls' school...
Stream chat? Stream chat. I'm sure they read the fine print. What's the fine print? Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double check responses. Yeah, I know. Like, if we're supposed to be cautious when we use it, right? Like, and they're crunching like thousands and thousands of data points on thousands and thousands of targets. Like, it's not going to make mistakes. So like, even if like the people make the final decision, they're still relying on AI as the base operator, and the base operator, you know, is ultimately deciding the list of the people who live and die. It's not making the final call, fine, but like, you know, it's pretty integrated into the system. It's like integral. It is fucking AI warfare all the way. My God. One robot's dream. Blade Runner is the jam? Fucking oath it is. I haven't read the book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? But goddamn, I love Blade Runner though. My God. Move fast and break things. Who cares if hundreds of thousands of people die as a result? Yeah. It'll just help us improve our technology. Move fast and break things. It's the surveillance capitalist motto.
Is at the moment the leading kind of civilian casualty incident in which around, as you've said, 170 mainly girls were killed, innocent civilians. At the start, we should remember that some of the history of this.
Like Tears in the Rain. Apparently that was improvised, you know. That actor, I can't remember what his name is. He improvised part of that. And they loved it and they went with it. Apparently. There's a game called The Forever Winter. Its world is crazy.
It was denied by the US. The leading kind of civilian casualty incident in which around, as you've said, 170 mainly girls were killed, innocent civilians. At the start, we should...
All these martyrs will be lost in time? Yeah.
Remember that some of the history of this, it was denied by the US military. Trump insinuated at one point that it was an Iranian missile. It was later verified that it was indeed a US series of Tomahawk missiles that struck this area. And a US preliminary investigation has now found and confirmed indeed what many people thought, which was that the US is responsible. It looks, we're not yet clear the role of AI in that particular strike. Whether that becomes clear in the coming days and weeks, we'll have to see. What we do know is that the Claude and Anthropic model via Palantir have been extensively used to do several things, including the intelligence analysis. So we can deduce that that AI system is not yet capable of detecting, or is at least,
Shahed Hussein 8745. Bot or not? I'm going to go with potentially bot here. USA and Israel. Heavy entrance to the stream there, but fair enough. Dilemmas. Just remember, if you get done for speech law violation in Australia, just say you were quoting John Farnham's 2 strong hearts.
Open to making system-wide errors. It did not identify the school as a school in an extremely problematic way, in which, within a couple of days, organizations such as the New York Times are able to verify via satellite imagery that there is a wall that's been put up around 13 years ago between the school and an IRGC compound that was nearby. If you'd have been watching drone footage from above, as militaries have the capability of do, just for half an hour before or a few hours before, you would have seen that morning 170 girls dropped off by their parents, and that would have been identified as a non-military target with clearly civilian usage.
But let's drill down into this, because yes, there was this military facility right next to it, as you described.
But what is he
years
saying?
Ago,
this guy, before he was cut off,
built between
he was just saying they actually have the military intel. They would have, if they're watching this, they would have known exactly. They would have had the intel required to make a decision about whether to hit this target or not. They would have known. So what? It's actually intentional. It's not just a mistake here, potentially.
The two. So you've got the school very clearly identified. But how does AI work where you have this old, 10-year-old perhaps, information about it being a military base that's fed in, and then it is never updated? Where do human beings come into this?
Yeah, this is a really important question where it gets tricky, but we know a lot already. So it looks like it's just an intelligence failure, that an area marked on a map, this is, the whole entire area has been marked as a military compound. There is obligations, legal obligations and ethical obligations and just political obligations within defense intelligence agencies to check this. So what happens is some of these targets are nominated from US military bases back in the United States. Some of those people I've worked with over the last several years on what they call target nomination, what it looks like. They hand that over to CENTCOM, who I know you cover, and they have bases in the Middle East. There's a central one based in Qatar where these targeting decisions are executed. There is an obligation for CENTCOM to check and double check that intelligence, that it's up to date, that everything's kosher on the target. It's clear that was not done. Whether that was, there should be a human oversight of that, even if it's AI, recommended, or even if it's human recommended, there should be some human intelligence checking. It looks like, for whatever reason, and we don't yet know why. So what happens also is a really interesting technicality, is everything in a society that the US military is targeting de facto is labeled on a no strike list, because everything is assumed to be civilian. And in order to strike it, you need to get it off the no strike list to be able to target it. So the question here is, why was this school taken off a no strike list, deemed a legitimate military target? It looks like a combination of AI and human intelligence failure to produce something truly.
It's a little bit of both, eh? A little bit of the human, a little bit of the AI. They're always shit as each other, eh? Muslim is winning them all. Sad. Coming in real hot, LOL. Too hot for Spandog, that's for sure, with comments like that. What the kids do, yeah, they existed, I guess. I mean, the proximity, even with the human in charge, would have been difficult. The school building was literally part of the same compound. Even humanitarian orgs came out first and said they placed it too close. Now it's a shit show of arguing. How about if it's too close, don't fucking take it out then? Hey, there's an easy one. But, it seems to be acceptable stuff here. Inconceivable. Yeah, I know, right? Inconceivable for humans. As in, like, people that have a heart or a conscience. Jack, you can't brag about how precise your missiles are and then complain about the school was too close to the actual target. Yes. Remember we saw Supreme Leader Trump just last week? He was talking about how he was like, we got the missile right through the living room window and took out the leader of the cartel. We got it right through the fucking living room window. Took him out. No problems. And now it's just like, hey, not precise enough, eh? Yeah, interesting. It is interesting. Like, one hand, you hear them fucking patting each other on the back about how incredibly precise they are. And then on the other hand, it's just like, oh, yeah, well, you know, they shouldn't have put the girls' school there. Hey? It's not really our fault. What do they think was going to happen? Dude really said kosher target. LOL. Yeah, choice of words.
About how Palantir interacts with Claude, which is owned by Anthropic, especially for the Luddites who are listening all over, for people who don't quite understand how this all works.
So yeah, from what we know, Palantir is a system, much like a deep software system that, like a video game that has all kinds of inputs that you can look at targets. You have all kind of variables like, what size missile should we drop? What is the compound that we're looking at? What's it made out of? All these variables with intent.
It was literally at the very start, there was no fog of war. Yeah. Yeah, it seems too, like, convenient, right? It's one of the first things that happened. Where the AI came into the decision making, though, is very interesting regardless. Yes. Yes, I agree.
Intelligence overlays. And then, in the same way that software works on a computer, is the Claude is that thing which is in the background, which is kind of, doing the processing of that data, making those recommendations, and then it provides the human some parameters that the human or operator or targeteer can then kind of play with. Obviously, it's highly sensitive and secretive, and beyond the very few people using it, the designers, even with Anthropic, would be a very small amount of people who have the intelligence clearance and who've seen this stuff working with sensitive military data. We know from some of the things they've released, like the demos that they've released, we can see some of what that looks like. And one of the most worrying developments that I've seen from what's publicly available is the lack of attention and ability to track civilian casualties within those programs. That is something which we've seen, this war on lawyers and war on civilian casualty harm, that the administrations have built for several years in the US Department of Defense has been eroded by the Trump administration. And you actually see that now programmed into the software.
This is Palantir CEO Alex Karp, interviewed on CNBC last week.
These technologies are dangerous societally. The only justification you could possibly have would be that if we don't do it, our adversaries will do it, and we will be subject to their rule of law. So if you decouple this from the support of the military, you're going to have an enormous problem explaining to the American people why is it that we're absorbing the risk of disrupting the very fabric of our society, including the most powerful parts of our society, if it's not because it's about maintaining our ability to be American in the near term and long term.
Craig Jones, if you can...
It's the same defense every time from him. He's just like, look, we do evil things, but your enemies hate you. And if we don't do those things, then you're not going to have all your American freedoms. Think about it. Think about it. What are you going to do on the weekend, huh? What are you going to do on the weekend when China takes over? Or you're living under an Iranian regime? That's what I thought. Yeah, so don't question us on being evil. You wanted this. You asked for this. It has to be done. Carp using the same logic for AI that we used to go for war with Iran? Pretty much. It's preemptive. We do the evil stuff so you can sleep safe in your bed at night. Just remember that. I will take this to the grave. If anything, I'm doing you a service. Said every villain at the end of a movie ever, right? Yes, we've done evil things to make enemies around the world, but if we stop, those enemies might get back at us someday. Yeah, it's like a never-ending cycle, isn't it? Yeah, like, and like you're creating more enemies the more you do this, Cup. Don't you understand? You're going to need more evil to fight off those enemies that you keep creating.
Respond to the CEO of Palantir.
Palantir has a long history of making serious tens of millions, billions of profit from what ultimately I see as killing people in faraway lands that are too easy not to care about. I think this latest endeavor, as we've kind of started this AI arms race, it's been good to see at least Anthropic, throw their hands up and say, we want some ethical parameters put on that. But even that, which seems to be, and meanwhile, as that whole controversy has been playing out, as you covered with the Trump administration, we see Sam Altman from OpenAI rush in and take the contract that Anthropic has ultimately dropped. Huge profits. There are huge, the DoD is Department of War is a huge customer for many Silicon Valley firms. We've seen Microsoft use their platforms for the Israeli targeting. Apparently, Microsoft are looking into that. We see
Silicon Valley only exists because of the Department of Defense and like the deep state. It only exists. When we did the history of Silicon Valley last year, courtesy of Jack. It's a great find, that one. But like when we did the history of Silicon Valley last year, like the American deep state and the American military kept going to the American university system and was like, can you, like, to Stanford specifically, but like other research universities, and they were like kept asking the universities to develop technology that the military can use and like national security agencies could use. And they were like, look, we're universities, can you just fuck off? We will send our graduates to you once they're finished, but like we do research here, we're a university. If you want us to develop technology for you, we'll just give you the graduates, okay? Just leave us alone. And so Silicon Valley was born. And it was born not because of, the wonders of the free market and free market competition. It was born because the military was just such an insatiable customer that needed new tech from the universities that Silicon Valley kind of just, and like, so all of these people just streaming, flying out of research universities and just setting up companies in Silicon Valley, and the rest is history. So like this guy, he's not wrong, but it's interesting how like we think of Silicon Valley as existing as an entity, and then someone like the Department of War being its major customer. No, really, Silicon Valley exists because it was made to service the military and the deep state. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Thanos snapped half the universe out of existence because he thought that his view of the world was correct. That makes America... What makes America any different? Yeah. Spano, sometimes you got to... Bad things keep good people safe. Sir, why did you put those on? Because I'm cool, a cool badass doing badass things. No more questions. Not sure how you can watch this and not want to own a gun or two, LOL. Yeah. That's gonna help me from a missile strike once they've got me on a target list. I'm joking. I kid. Give me a gun.
Google AI for many Silicon Valley firms. We've seen Microsoft use their platforms for the...
If Thanos snapped his fingers and killed all the right-wingers, the left would stand up and cheer? That's not true. Hey, we'd be very upset if you died hard. We'd all be very upset. Would the left even exist without the right? No. So if all the right-wingers disappeared, the left would cease to exist and have nothing to cheer about. Good philosophical entry there, Han.
Israeli targeting, apparently Microsoft are looking into that. We see Google AI analytics also used for Palantir and for US DoD contracts. This is huge money, and I think, should the Silicon Valley community wake up to ultimately the consequences of the technologies which they're working on and see their effects on the ground, which is where I work with the people who've lost entire families, who've had their homes destroyed, who've been displaced, who have, had their legs blown off. There's this real disconnect between those tens of billions being made for profits of war and those people who suffer its consequences.
This is OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who you mentioned, speaking at the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi in February.
We don't yet know how to think about some superintelligence being aligned with dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't know how to think about countries using AI to fight new kinds of war with each other. We don't know how to think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. But we think it's important to have more understanding and society-wide debate before we're all surprised.
So that's Sam Altman.
Fucking sweet nothings. This guy's just full of the sweet nothings. He is, seriously. That's a bit of a generalization, but the wokies? Yeah, I could see that. He's got a gun. Quick, hit him with a directed energy weapon on our depleted uranium shielded hypersonic hunter drone. Half my family sit on the far right. I don't want them to die. Weird take, hon. Military hungy. Military go brr. Interesting. I still don't understand. Like, he didn't really explain how Maven, Palantir's Maven, integrates into, like, with Claude. I was interested to see how they were going to explain that one, to be honest. I'm just trying to understand when it comes to the initial phases of the war on Iran, how Palantir's Maven software was integrated with Claude in order to assist with military operations. Can you speculate as to how these systems would work together? Detailing as well what Maven is specifically used for. That's a fair point, actually. He has to promote his book. Yeah, if you really want to know, you just have to read the book, asshole. Project Maven is a military AI system for intelligence and targeting, originally built to analyze drone and satellite imagery, detect objects, vehicles, buildings, people, equipment. Today, it's evolved into a full battlefield intelligence platform. Ingest data from satellites, drones, signal intelligence, comms. Uses AI to identify potential targets, track movements, build real-time battle map. Is that what our Wedgetail plane is going over to help them with? Like, supposedly it's not being used. It's just being used to defend the UAE. It's definitely not being used at all to build a real-time battle map and for battle management, which is exactly what it's designed for. No. Supports targeting decisions, strike planning, post-strike assessment, where Claude fits in. Claude is a large language model, very different from traditional military AI. Its role, based on confirmed reporting and architecture, works on top of Maven's data layer, helps summarize massive intelligence inputs, generate structured inputs, reports, target lists, priorities, assist decision-making across the kill chain. It was integrated into Palantir systems via the AI platform and using classified environments, how they work together. Data ingestion. Maven pulls in satellite imagery, drone video, radar, infrared communications, metadata. It structures and fuses all of this info into a single operational picture. Maven's computer vision systems identify tanks, missile sites, buildings, assign coordinates, confidence levels. This is still mostly non-LLM machine learning. Claude layer. This is where Claude likely comes in. It can combine multiple intelligence streams into coherent narratives. answer questions like, what is the highest value target in the region? Okay, so like it's integrating what the objectives of the mission are, or Operation Epic Fury is, and then integrating that with real battlefield information. And so like the LLM gets the brief of the humans, and Maven provides and crunches real world data to provide a comprehensive understanding of the battlefield. And then Claude comes in and gets additional information in terms of human objectives. And those two things are synthesized together to give what? It can combine multiple intelligence streams into coherent narratives, answer questions, what are the highest value targets in a region? What are patterns of movement suggest imminent activity? Generate prioritized target lists, operational summaries, risk assessments. So Maven equals eyes and sensors. Claude is the analyst and the reasoning layer. Decision support. Human operators review outputs. AI may suggest targets, recommend sequencing. It's funny, I thought like Palantir would have had that service in there as well. Like Claude must be really good. It must be really, really good stuff. Because like Palantir has its own integrated LLMs, right? This is crazy. Then it will be just another Afghan. Interesting. Human operators review outputs, suggest targets, recommend sequencing, flag time sensitive. Execution. After a strike, new data comes in, system evaluates, was the target hit? What changed? Claude can summarize outcomes and update situational awareness. Why this is a big deal, recent reporting suggests AI systems enabled extremely rapid targeting cycles. Thousands of targets could be processed in days rather than weeks. Yes, we've just learned about that, haven't we? Think about systems like this. Simple mental model. Maven, Google Maps plus surveillance and object detection. Claude, ChatGPT-like, analyst sitting on top of it. Humans, final decision. So it analyzes the information and then gives suggestions. Maven, core military AI platform, intelligence fusion, target detection, Claude, reasoning layer, interprets the data, prioritizes and explains. They're doing the grunt work. It's doing the grunt work. I wake up, there's another PSYOP. Found this in my drawer, LOL. So good. Very interesting. Very interesting. Damn it, Claude. That was Iraq, not Iran you bombed. Yeah, wow, you're so smart. I did in fact bomb Iraq, not Iran. Data must have been incorrect. Thanks for that. Would you like me to book an apology bombing? It's dark jokes, but like, goddamn. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with here, people.
Of OpenAI. And just quoting the Pentagon secretary, Trump calls him the war secretary, the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, at a briefing in the last days. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force, America, regardless of what international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and, of course, classified effects, all on our terms with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. Craig Jones.
Those are two jarring statements. Sam Altman's, ideas, I think in some, in what he said, he's right. We don't know about this. We don't know about that, what the future holds. My view would be that because we don't know of the potential dangers, risks, and damages that these technologies brings, we should pause as societies, as companies, as nations, as leaders, to have a serious conversation about what kind of AI future we want, whether this is a world that...
Come on, bro. We should pause. What have we learned, everybody, about capitalism today? Hey, capitalism moves towards a crisis, and at the point of the crisis, then it moves to correct itself. It's not going to happen by people wishfully thinking, just be like, oh, well, this is pretty scary. All these companies should just slow the fuck down. Come on. Come on. And if you're sitting there thinking, oh, well, Anthropic did it. Anthropic said to the government, oh, I don't want you to use my technology because, we are worried about how it's being used. And they've got some air of moral superiority in this whole situation. I don't fucking buy it. I don't buy it. It was very clear, the conversation. The Pentagon reached out and said it wants full access to whatever Anthropic's got, and Anthropic said no. Don't bullshit me with like these stories of like, oh, we're just really worried about how this technology is going to be used. The Pentagon wanted unrestricted access to Claude or to Anthropic services, and they said no. They've got shit that the Pentagon wants, and they don't want to hand it over or give full control to the Pentagon. That's what's being fought over at the moment. I don't buy that. I don't buy their moral superiority on this one. It's not going to slow down. It's not going to slow down. They're not capable. It'll have to hit some type of crisis. It's like real humanitarian crisis on a massive enough scale for everyone to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. We almost wiped out the human race just then. Maybe we should put some guardrails on this one. Maybe. Just saying. Maybe. So, who wants to tell China to slow down? LOL. Am I right? Hey? I do it because the Chinese will do it if I don't do it. The Chinese are like, well, we better do it because the Americans will do it, and vice versa. Ad infinitum. Yes. I know. That is just the state of affairs. I get it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's ridiculous to think that, like, as this guy is saying, oh, we're just going to put a pause on AI now. We'll all just agree to not use this technology. It's not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. Hey everyone, wars paused. Everyone with Iran, get on the buses. Everyone with America, get on the planes. Wars paused.
That we want to build. Meanwhile, Hesketh, the Department of Societies, as companies, as nations, as leaders, to have a serious conversation about what kind of AI future we want, whether this is a world that we want to build. Meanwhile, Hesketh, the Department of War, in January released a statement, a whole program actually, called the AI Warfighter Strategy, which some of the quote.
A lot of Democracy Now! Takes are things that are never going to happen. Savage, bro. Savage. Literally, the goal behind the AI safety stuff, they wanted their competitors to slow down while they got ahead. Yeah. We could end up with two major AI systems fighting for dominance. And it'd be East versus West, that type of fight we're talking about here.
That you've just read comes from. And it talks about maximum lethality, as you say, out with the rules of engagement. This is a deliberate sidelining of the checks and balances, accountabilities for war, the firing of military lawyers, who are the community that I've worked with, who give legal advice to militaries, and just going ahead with it and Hesketh saying explicitly, just because we don't know how these technologies work, we need this first mover advantage. And it's that classic move fast and break things. And, we don't care about the consequences.
He said the line. He said the line. Is he calling him Hesketh? Yeah, it sounds weird with the way he's saying it. He said the line too. Hey, move fast and break things.
Fast and break things. Hesketh saying explicitly.
Yeah, he did it. He said it wrong.
And just going ahead with it and Hesketh saying explicitly, just because we don't know how these technologies work, we need this first mover advantage. And it's that classic move fast and break things. And, we don't care about the consequences. These are really worrying times and developments.
You've referred to the war lawyers several times. That's the title of your book. Explain what you mean and how they've been fired and sidelined.
So these military lawyers have been, fighting alongside militaries for centuries. In fact, the U.S. Corps is the oldest law firm in America, and they do all kinds of things. But the thing that I've been interested in is they're giving advice to military commanders and decision makers for operations. So anytime a single target is struck in the last couple of decades, you would have a military lawyer present looking at things, doing what's called a proportionality calculation. So, okay, here's the military target. What's the risk of civilians? Should we go ahead? Should we pause? Are there certain measures we can take to avoid civilian casualties? And a host of other considerations. One would be the girls' school. Is this a legitimate target, or is this indeed a girls' school? So that's military necessity. And, they've had a long history, and, I worked with them. These are professional, serious people, educated at the best law school throughout America. They're also soldiers. Israel has its own version of them. And they've done credible work with militaries. And the Trump administration, one of the first acts that he does after he's sworn in his second term is to fire the heads of those legal units. So, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, each have their own heads. He fired them, and then further down the ranks, he fired and replaced them with yes men. And beyond the firing and replacing, we are hearing from reporting and from some of my own contacts that the military lawyers are either just not being listened to when they raise objections, or they're becoming silent in these war rooms where these decisions are made. Because much like in the Trump administration, where his civilian and his advisors are around him, unless you say yes and go along with it, you're simply not welcome there, and you'll either be fired or not listened to. And so again, seriously worrying, especially when you put that alongside this simultaneous war on all these civilian casualty initiatives. So there was something called the Center of Excellence, which was to do with civilian protection. It's been a decade in the making. Lots of senior people in the US administrations, from Obama to Biden through Trump term 1, have been involved in that. And Trump, presses Control-Alt-Delete on day one and gets rid of the civilian center because they're not interested in avoiding civilian casualties, which feels like we're harkening back to Vietnam or something.
I feel like he's saying it's wrong on purpose as a sign of disrespect. LOL. The kill chain ethics out the window, apparently. Why is this UK cuck giving this interview? 6 of his female relatives were gang raped and he did nothing. Han, just outrageous for the sake of it sometimes. Come on, Han. Well, I guess that's your thing, isn't it?
Finally, Craig Jones, we just have a minute, but if you can explain this rift between Anthropic and the Pentagon, Anthropic saying its company could not be used for mass surveillance of Americans and for fully autonomous weapons, and then the Trump administration retaliating after they sued, President Trump ordering federal agencies to stop using Anthropic products, Pete Hegseth declaring the firm a supply chain risk. But then we hear that Claude, owned by Anthropic, is possibly used by Palantir in targeting this girls' school that killed well over 100 girls.
Yeah, there's lots to say here. One is that that seems like a disproportionate act when a company just exercises its right to disagree with what the government is doing. And I think the CEO at the time said disagreeing with the government is American as American pie. But the other thing is that this is infrastructure. I think some people think, AI is just a tool, it's something on your desk or it's something in the background, you just press delete. It's infrastructure that's embedded in the entire, intelligence apparatus. And so therefore you can't just delete it. So hence why it's still used, hence why it might take up to 6 months to try and get some of Claude products out of the software. The other thing is, it was good to see that ethical objection. It seems like the only, moral stance which has been taken on these conversations in the AI war is certainly in Silicon Valley. I would just object to their objection on 2 principles. They're against mass surveillance of US citizens only. They say nothing about citizens around the world. And partly their objection to its use for lethality is a technical rather than moral objection. It's to say, right now the algorithms are not quite good enough because they have this error rate, but they're not necessarily saying that they wouldn't go along with its use later on. So it's not that they're against lethality and killing per se, but that just technically the algorithms are not quite ready, and so they wanted to press pause. So there's lots to say about that, but it is a disproportionate act and response by the Trump administration, I think.
I got that vibe from when we were listening to Dario the other, like last week or whatever. He wasn't really saying that, like, you know, we shouldn't be using AI in a kill chain. He was just saying, like, you know, are we ready for this technology? Have we fine-tuned this technology well enough yet to be using it in the kill chain? Decrease the error rate to an acceptable rate, Lordy. Basically. One of those girls was going to be the next Hitler AI, probably. Yeah. Grok, probably. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Jones, want to thank you for being with.
So, what's the lowdown here? Are we buying this guy's book or not? Probably not. Palantir CEO is an absolute psychopath. He needs to be added to the war criminals list. Ordinary people pay with their lives for the mistakes made by dirty politicians. Hey, that's human civilization in a nutshell. What level of error is acceptable when considering human life? Oh, when it's machines, we expect perfection from our machines, don't we? But when humans do it, don't worry about it. No, we've met our Democracy Now! Quota for at least 3 months. Yes. Yeah, we've watched 2 in like 2 days. I haven't gone Democracy Now! For a while. But I did want to know that guy's thoughts on the Cuba situation. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, too much. Don't be like that. Just because they are a vehicle for the democratic machine. Eh? They just cuck to the Democrats consistently. You guys read books? Question mark. These are great days we're living, bros. Yeah. Yeah, they're great, all right. They're great. Our scientific power has outrun our spiritual power. We have guided missiles and misguided men. MLK Jr. What an interesting quote. Very interesting. Don't come to America. It isn't safe. We've all had that thought. That's for sure. AI engineer. Don't do that. It's not ready. AI CEO. Come on. I want to make money now. Make it murk people now. AI lawyer. Aren't you worried about the... AI CEO. You're fired. What is books? Eh? Very interesting. Very interesting. We've done some heavy stuff today, haven't we? My God. I want to watch this, and I don't know if it's any good or not, but like this one's for me. And like I'm assuming it's going to be entertaining. This one, I guess, is for you, Spandonk, because you hate this guy anyway. But there's heaps of like slop out there now, slop content. They're like people are like cashing in on Professor Jiang now, and like his absolute meteoric rise to stardom in the last like few months, let's say. And like everyone's just like cashing in on trashing Professor Jiang now. Love-hate relationship, yeah. But like I found this one came across my algorithm. I don't know if it's any good or not, but it's like trashing Professor Jiang. So like there's so much AI style content with his likeness now too. Oh really? Wow, that's how you know you've made it. When everyone wants to AI slop you. So like this guy is supposed to be an archaeologist. So So debunking the fake historian, taking over the internet, Professor Jiang's predictive history. So let's see this guy take out Professor Jiang. Nostra Giangus. Isn't that the guy that makes hundreds of predictions and then people freak out when 2 come true? Yeah, pretty much. That's the guy, yes. So we're going to have a look and see someone take him down. See how a takedown like this goes. Because people are making bank on this now. I guess we should just do a takedown of Professor Jiang and that'll do well, apparently. No such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, I know, right? Hopefully for Jiang's sake. LOL.
Wake up, babe. There's a new pseudo-historian in town with some absolutely amazeballs ideas. This new guy goes by the name of Professor Jiang. And he's not just a pseudo-historian and a conspiracy theorist, but he actually pretends that he's a prophet who can predict the future.
Does he? Does he? I don't know, man.
Zhang is a game theorist, best known for his popular predictive history YouTube
Oh
channel.
god, this guy sucks already. I know.
Where he applies his systems of analysis to the past in order to predict the future. Back in 2024, he predicted that Trump would win the presidency, that Trump would go to war with Iran, and that the US would lose that war. Which has sparked a flurry of interest in both his work and his rather colourful adjacent opinions.
Just here to watch Trash Fire. Oh shit, we're watching Flint. Oh, you know this person? Flint Dibble? Like, he seems painful as fuck already. Oh no, not Jiang. Yep. He is modern Jesus. I won't tolerate blasphemy. Yeah, I know, right? How dare you speak about Jiang? Well, already I don't believe this guy. I'm on the professor's side. There's a lot of anti-Jiang vids right now. Yeah, that's why it's trending. So like, you know, these guys are making hay while the sun shines here, basking in his clout and trying to take him down. Dibbles, the Arco what's that? Arco Sudafeds? Is that what it says? Arco Speds? Let's go with that one. Hate him. Oh, you hate this guy. Okay. There is no way Flint has a babe in the house. All right, savage.
Jiang's been appearing everywhere lately. He's the talk of the town ever since this war began against Iran.
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show. Professor Jiang, he is the star of the popular YouTube channel.
Sued? No, like sued what? Like a pseudo something? Is that what that is? I don't know. I'm not sure. Weak ass bookshelf though. No, I don't hate Flint. I hate his haters. Oh, okay. Well, this guy's already off to a bad start. Hey, he's a bit cringy. But like, let's see where we go here. Just here to watch a trash fire. We'll see. His book, weak ass bookshelf. Savage.
Against Iran.
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show. Professor Jiang, he is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict
it's just like pseudo-intellectual. Okay, fair enough.
Future geopolitical events.
But Jiang really got his start right here on YouTube, where he has nearly 2 million subscribers. He gives lectures on current events and mostly actually history topics. So I'm here to tackle all his fake history and archaeology. Welcome back to Archaeology with Flint Dibble. I'm Flint Dibble, and let's debunk the shit out of this fake Professor Jiang.
Like, Jiang does sound like a nut. Like, fair enough. But like, does he actually, like, this guy just said, this Flint guy was like, oh yeah, and he claims to be a prophet. Like, I don't know if he's ever made that claim before, man. And I'm glad for these debunkers. Yeah, fair enough. Doesn't say where he gives those talks. Already not sourcing great.
From the start, I want to be absolutely clear. Professor Zhang is absolutely a wacko who spreads insanely harmful conspiracy theories about history and politics. His predictions about the future are mostly not accurate. After all, a broken clock is right twice a day. Professor Zhang is not even a professor. He teaches at a middle school in Beijing called Moonshot Academy. He's never taught at a university level. He does not hold any advanced degrees. His bachelor degree is in English literature, not historical or geopolitical topics. On his popular YouTube channel, Predictive History, Zhang's entire premise is that he can predict the future by taking knowledge from the history and the geopolitical present. He claims to use
Moonshot Academy. How good is that? I'm glad you picked up on that, Sped Dog. That's so good. Moonshot Academy? What's going on here?
Fictional method, psychohistory, which is not a real thing. It's from the Science Fiction Foundation series by Isaac Asimov. Zhang sums up his claims in the first video of his Secret History series.
We'll be looking at all three this semester, the past, the present, and the future. We were analyzing all three in order to construct a more objective reality for ourselves. We will not succeed, we will fail. But the process of trying will train our minds to think much more critically about the world. So let me explain how. In the present, we have geopolitics.
So glad he went to Marlin and looked it up. So good. Also, anyone talking shit and taking shots at Rogan's sphere is okay in my book. That's what Flint's been doing, LOL. Why is this guy making Zhang sound cool if the goal is to smear him?
Studying geopolitics, for example, why is there war in Ukraine? Why is there war in the Middle East? What happened? We'll be studying geopolitics. And we'll try to understand why this is happening. We'll try to formulate an analytical model of geopolitics. Okay, an analytical model. We will then use this analytical model to make predictions about the future. Why do we do this? Because these predictions will tell us if our analytical model is correct or not. Okay, does that make sense? It's no different from artificial intelligence. How do you know if your artificial intelligence, the model is correct or not? Well, you test it against reality. Okay, there's no difference between that artificial intelligence system and what we're trying to do here. And why are we doing this? Because if we're able to have an analytical model that makes correct predictions, then we can take all this and go back and analyze the past to reveal the secret history of the world. That is a project we are undertaking this semester to discover for ourselves the secret history of humanity. Because you may not know this, but all the history that you learn in school, or that history that you think you know, it is false. Okay? The history that you know, the history that you believe, it is a system implanted into your brains by powerful people.
The first warning sign of a conspiracy theorist is everything you've been taught in schools is a lie. So don't trust scholars. Instead, trust me, a random tinfoil hat wearing middle school teacher on YouTube. Look, at the core of Zhang's teachings is the existence of a conspiratorial secret society of elites that have essentially brainwashed everybody. So yeah, his entire theoretical approach to the past, present, and future is a conspiracy. But okay, I'll admit that he did make one good point in that clip. He said we can test his analytical models on objective reality. And guess what? That's much easier to do by testing it on the past than it is to test it on the still-to-be-seen future. After all, we have concrete evidence for what actually happened in the past. Archaeology, history, all that good stuff. So, if we can see if our evidence matches with what he's teaching about history, we can fact-check him in a sense. And he teaches a whole lot of this so-called secret history. He's got nearly 100 lectures on history and...
This guy's Asian Alex Jones in a few years. Oh my God.
Civilizations topics. But look, for me, the first question is, if the history that we're taught in schools is false, then where the heck does Zhang's secret history come from? Well, he explains that here.
Now, when you see me teach, you think, oh, you must have a script.
What's this? Watch the Tabernacle, I reckon. Well, is this the thing that's come up on the... Who put that there? Tagard. All right. I can only process so much Jiang criticism. I'll give this guy another like 10, 20 minutes. This Flint Dibble guy. And then we'll get on to another critique then.
You must have outlined the class.
Here.
Now, when you see me teach, you think, oh, you must have a script. You must have outlined the class. I don't do that. I have a conception, I have a framework in my head. I come to class and I teach. How do I teach? I watch your observations, I watch your facial expressions, and based on your responses, I then start to flesh out the framework. And how do I do that? Because I'm always accessing a higher force, and I'm receiving this information that I can then articulate to you in class. And that's why if you have been with me for a long, long time, 10 years, you will know I've never taught the same class ever. You can go on YouTube and watch all my videos. I teach this class different each time. Because each time, what I'm doing is I'm channeling a higher force and bringing it to you.
Yeah, there you have it. From fake Professor Zhang himself. He is channeling a higher force and bringing it to you. His approach is quackery. It's not based in evidence. He's hearing fucking voices. Zhang is absolutely a false fucking prophet, a cultist nutjob, and not an actual historian or political analyst. Don't believe me? Let's look at his historical analyses to see just how far off his rocker he is. He has a video called...
Being curious to what your thoughts are on Tabernacle, actually. I didn't even know who this person is. He's a bit of a whinge merchant, but makes some pretty good points. Fair enough. Okay.
Roman anti-civilization. He talks through how he applies his so-called analytical models to history. So it's a perfect place to test them. He's going to start off...
I wonder if this guy would be so bitter if he had 22K, 22 times the subscribers. Yeah, I know, right? A little bit like that. Damn, I wish I'd watched this guy's videos to give an opinion on him. Fuck it. I will pretend I'm a leftist and know everything. He is not a white male, so he must be right. That is my opinion. Wait. Are we talking about Zhang? Or you're not, obviously you're not talking about this guy, Han. Right? Fuck it. I will pretend I'm a leftist and know everything. He is not a white male, so he must be right. That is my opinion. Like, of Zhang, right? Zhang's right because he's not a white male. Got it. Han, you're a bit off today, bro. You usually do better than this. No, this is a white male. He must be wrong. Yeah. Well, like, we can all agree on that one.
By claiming that the Battle of Cannae, where Hannibal slaughtered a Roman army in 216 BC, that is fictional. It's invented. From there, he will claim that Hannibal and the entire Second Punic War is fiction. And from there, that all of Roman history is a lie. So let's put this together step by step. Let's see how he does that.
How do we know what history is true or not? Okay? Now, you would think the answer is, you just ask historians whether it's true or not. You know the answer. The problem is that every historian that you talk to...
Yeah, I thought Drew was just exaggerating when he said schizophrenic, but maybe. Yeah, I wonder what Drew was going for the other day when he uploaded that thing. Watching 2 hours of that on Democracy Now! Threw me off my game. Sorry, I will try and do better. No, you've been off all day, bro. Come on. Catch up. Come on.
Tells you the Battle of Canal must be historical fact. It must be, even though we don't have any evidence for it. So given that, how can we understand or figure out if it's true or not? Well, in this class, what I teach you is a new historical framework to understand history, okay? So this is predictive history, and we ask ourselves, does the Battle of Canal fit into a larger historical pattern, okay? Second question we ask is, does it make sense according to game theory? And the third question is, does religion explain the battle? Okay? And when we do this, when we use this framework to understand the Battle Canal, our conclusion must be it didn't happen. It was completely made up.
Okay. So this is his analytical model. Sounds real clever, but do you notice something that's missing? You know, actual evidence? Like, hey, everyone, let's not look at the archaeological or historical evidence closely that we actually have. Instead, let's just apply game theory and look if it makes sense in terms of religion. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, because the reality is that we actually have a lot of evidence. You know, firsthand historical evidence, the writings of the people who were alive at that time. We have a detailed book-length account of the wars between Carthage and Rome by Polybius, an enslaved Greek historian. He was alive at the time. He was an eyewitness to these events. And this book is confirmed by a wide range of other archaeological and textual sources. For example, there was also a detailed account of this war written by the first Roman historian, Fabius Pictor. Unfortunately, his book has been lost, but he is quoted and cited extensively by later Romans, historians such as Livy and others. Similarly, there is the Roman annalist Lucius Quinctius Alimentus, who was also actually captured by Hannibal, a primary source, an eyewitness. And again, his lost work is cited by later historians like Livy. All of these citations and sources corroborate one another. But let's go watch and see if Zhang's analytical model makes sense or not.
Okay, the Battle Canal did not happen. So why? Well, first of all, when we have these great military generals like Hannibal Barca, they tend to become a king. Okay, so think of Napoleon or think of Julius Caesar. Hannibal Barca is the first general that we have that conquered all of Rome and decided, I'm just gonna sit back and retire for the next 50 years, okay? Never happened before. Why didn't he go back to Carthage and claim the kingship, right? Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem
is this is fucking idiotic. This is not a problem. Plenty of generals have not tried to be kings. Hello? Have you ever heard of George Washington? Or wait, we have examples from ancient Rome, like good old Cincinnatus, who was a hugely successful general in Rome over 200 years before Hannibal. The Romans made him dictator so he could fight off invaders. He won the battle. Absolutely glorious. He was the top person in Rome, and then he famously set down his own power to go back to farming and return the power to the Republic. You notice the plow in that statue here from Cincinnati? Yes, Cincinnati's named after Cincinnatus, by the way, because he wanted to go be a farmer. And guess what? George Washington deliberately modeled himself off of Cincinnatus. But regardless, none of this matters for...
This guy's going to be yelling one day that history isn't real as the FBI takes away his hard drives. Very interesting. This is right, though. Most of history is written by victors, and archaeology doesn't show everything. He's insanely intense about this, man. He's just a guy making videos from a pseudo university in China. Moonshot Academy. Say it right, please. Miniman says this a lot. He says it's hard to disprove archaeological evidence, but it's easy to debunk stories we create around history. The problem with history is it isn't open. Sorry, it's open to interpretation.
For Hannibal. Not Napoleon, not Caesar, not George Washington, not Cincinnatus. What matters for Hannibal is our evidence for Hannibal. And he had big political ambitions in Carthage. He was from one of the major elite oligarchical families there. He was leading the fight against the Romans and was getting a lot of fame and prestige from doing so. To claim he had no political ambitions is to just make shit up.
Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is game theory, okay? So if you read Roman history, what they will tell you is that Hannibal, after the Battle of Canal, he was stuck in Italy without resources. Then the question is, when did he go to Carthage, conquer the place, and demand the resources he needs to win against Rome? Why is he sitting back, okay? Also remember, this is a guy who crossed the Alps on his own initiative. The Carthaginians told him, don't start a war with Rome, Hannibal. And Hannibal's like, nah, I'm gonna go across the Alps. Thank you very much, okay? So this makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
No, what the hell doesn't make sense, dude? Hannibal had marched his troops across the Alps in a sneak attack on Italy. We have lots of evidence for this march and what was going on. Hannibal won a whole bunch of battles in Italy, a whole bunch of them. Trasimene, Trebia, Cannae, the one we're talking about. But guess what? He had not won the war. You keep saying he beat Rome. Rome still had an enormous army. And to get back to Carthage, that meant retreating and abandoning his successes. He did eventually loop around and go back to Carthage, but that's because Rome was able to levy yet another army and a fleet under Scipio Africanus. You ever heard of Scipio Africanus? Who led an attack on Carthage. It was that attack that forced Hannibal to give up his successes in Italy. And that's why Carthage ended up losing in the end, because he had to surrender his successes in Italy. But of course, there's even more insanity from this fake Professor Zhang.
And then from...
I'm going to enjoy watching Jiang circle the drain in the future. He definitely has the personality to be low-cal. Like, what, a low-cal? Like, what's the whole... Like, you really don't like Jiang. There's a lot of people out there. Like, I guess there's no middle ground with Jiang, is it? Like, you just fucking hate the guy, savagely hate the guy. Or you like his work. It's interesting stuff. He'd be pissed knowing people deny provable history. He debunks people that do that and rewrite their own narrative all the time. Interesting. Savage takes here. Poor Jiang.
A religious perspective, how do we explain why Hannibal did what he did? And the Roman historians will tell you, oh, it's because his father lost against Rome. He wanted revenge on behalf of his father. That makes no sense, guys, okay? Usually when a Napoleon emerges, it's because he thinks he's a son of God. Think of Napoleon, think of Alexander the Great, think of Julius Caesar, okay? They all have a messianic calling, a divine mission, all right? So from this, only conclusion can be, first of all, Battle of Cannae did not happen. There's no way it could have happened. The second thing is, you can also say that Hannibal Barca did not exist as a person, all right?
All right, we're going full on nutso. He says our history doesn't make sense. But the reality is, if you pay attention to what he's saying, his own logic makes no sense. Again, plenty of successful generals have not had a messiah complex. He's going to list Napoleon and Caesar again. Well, I'll talk about George Washington and good old Cincinnatus again. And dozens more generals like them. And now he claims Hannibal didn't exist at all. So not only was the Battle of Cannae not real, which, let's be clear, we have good archaeological evidence here. Wait, let me pull it up. For the abandonment of Cannae at the exact same time that historians write that Hannibal destroyed it, the end of the 3rd century BCE. The settlement disappears right then. We might not have the battlefield itself, but to be honest, that's not that uncommon in ancient times. It was in a farmland, and that field was used for farming later on. We don't have the battlefield for the Battle of Marathon.
It is very tribal, isn't it? I hate watching these lecture type channels and then pick a side like a football team. It's so good. Like, people are fucking, they hate Jiang. Like, it's either you love him or you hate him. It's savage. All right, what's this other one? I can't watch this dude. I'm sorry. If you like Mr. Flint, like, his delivery on this one is just... It's just not doing it for me. Which one are we going with? Professor Zhang is a total fraud, savage title. Or are we going with somehow Professor Zhang got even worse in capitals? Anyone care here? No, I love and hate it, LOL. To win an argument today, you don't need facts to be correct. You need charisma to trick idiots. Is that like really even today though, Han? Isn't that just like throughout human history? A charismatic leader goes a long way. Eh? Just need to convince enough idiots out there. And being charming helps. I don't think Zhang is correct, but denying this guy's truth either. Not denying this guy's truth either. Anyone care? Do we get like Zhang is even worse or he's a fraud? I vote for he got worse. All right, let's do this. All right, I need some other one. Someone else critiquing Jiang. This guy's not doing it for me. He got what? Worse?
Communism was a weapon or a virus created by capitalism in order to
Oh, dude,
conquer
I've
the
watched
world.
this one. Have you seen this one? Who in the chat? All the lefties in the chat. Have you guys seen him like critiquing communism? Tell me you have. Yeah, I saw this one too. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting.
In order to destroy the world so that capitalism can spread throughout the world. In many ways, communism is a creation of capitalism as a weapon to destroy capitalism's major enemies, okay? So communism is not really the enemy of capitalism.
So my video last week on Professor Jiang got a very strong reaction. In the comments, I seem to have really annoyed his fanboys who flooded the whole comment section, basically saying I was paid off by Israel and I'm pro-Israel, like how me attacking Professor Jiang is
I
doing
watch
the
this
work.
guy. Sometimes he's a commie. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I've seen his critique. Oh, really? Okay. Watch someone who will just call him a dumbass grifter for 30 minutes. LOL. Is that what's going to happen here? Okay. No, let's enjoy that.
Of the Israeli lobby, and it's just like obviously so funny to get those comments considering what my channel is, how anti-Israel this channel is, how even compared to other leftist channels, how historically this channel has been way more anti-Israel than most content creators in the leftist space. And obviously people saying I've accepted like the $7,000 check from Israel to do propaganda for them, despite the fact that I've raised over $20,000 for Palestinian charities and stuff. But that is maybe a topic for another video. Why does Professor Jiang have so many far-right, crazy fans who pretend to care about the suffering of Palestine? Because they don't actually care. They're conspiracy theorists who hate Jews and hate Israel as an extension of that. They don't actually care about Palestine. And that is a little bit relevant for today's video because I want to talk about his work on socialism, more about communism. And if you watched my previous video, I spent the last like 15 minutes talking about this lecture he gave about basically communist history, and he made the argument that the Bolshevik Revolution was bought and paid for by the financial elite of Wall Street and also the City of London. And in this conspiracy theory he put forward, and we're going to look at it again today because it influences his takes on people like Stalin and Trotsky, he put forward the idea that Bolsheviks were funded by Wall Street to overthrow the Romanovs so Wall Street bankers could get access to their assets across Europe. And this is also how the Bolsheviks were able to actually even afford their war in the first place. They weren't popular, the people loved the Tsar, the peasants loved the Tsar, but it didn't really matter because the Bolsheviks, in the pay of Wall Street bankers, had all this financial capital to wage this war and create the Soviet Union.
Romanovs have been in power in Russia for 100 years, okay? And the Romanovs are beloved by the peasants. And they themselves are part of the Orthodox tradition. But then something strange happens. The Bolsheviks decides to kill every one of them. You turn the peasants against you because the peasants love the royal family. So this is evidence that the communists and the capitalists actually are friends. And Wall Street gave money to the Bolsheviks for mercenaries. Capitalists and communists work well together because they have a similar worldview.
And I pointed out, and many people in the comments pointed out, that yes, this is very close to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that was spread by Russians who fled the Soviet Union, saying, look, we have lost and the Jews have taken over our society. But I also want to use that to talk about how Jiang even views communism generally, because I might have titled this video, he doesn't understand it. And I've actually been watching like loads of his lectures over the weekend. Like, you don't understand how that wasn't a lot of fun. But I wouldn't say he doesn't understand it. And I wouldn't say he doesn't understand capitalism. I would say his foundational ideology and his belief in conspiracy theories just completely warps his sense of reality. And if you guys want this in the comments, let me know. I was going to make another video about his framing of history rather than him not understanding history, because the way he often frames history is all around trying to suit this conspiracy theory. Even when he proves in other lectures he actually knows better. So he'll say something in one lecture which is true, and then in another lecture he'll say something completely wrong to fit a narrative about this conspiracy theory. One thing I did speculate is that he probably over-relies too much on ChatGPT. I saw an interview where he said he has a career like working on AI.
It's not actually 7K. You lose some in tax. I can't wait to get my 7K. That'll help.
And stuff. And often in lectures, he brings up ChatGPT slides about various different bits of information.
And the third major reason is at this time, as Germany is industrializing, the Americans are helping Hitler industrialize. Okay, this is from ChatGPT. American industrialists invested heavily in Nazi Germany, particularly before and during World War II. Okay, this is important. Major companies like General Motors, IT&T, Eastman Kodak, Standard Oil, and others had substantial assets and investments in German subsidiaries. So these American companies, the major American companies of the time, was helping Hitler to industrialize his war machine.
I wouldn't say this is completely discrediting in itself, because the information he's often putting on the board with ChatGPT is very brief and it's often true. But I also would say it symbolizes probably a deeper problem that he definitely, in my opinion, relies on AI summaries of historical events, which leads to loads of weird blind spots and him saying loads of wrong things, which either like didn't happen or happened at a later date, and then he says it about, you know, this time period. For this video, like I said, we are going to be focusing
way, I got a super chat. All right. There we go. Somebody hit the fucking goal. I have a goal each day, and someone hit the goal for me. No way. Yeah, Wookie. Do you have a donation sound yet? No, I do not. So good. Thank you, Wookie. You legend. I've hit my $2 a day target with YouTube. All right. Hey. Now we'll see how much YouTube takes of that $2. Shall we? No, but thank you, Wookie. The legend. Hit that daily goal. Does this guy rely on ChatGPT to decide which theories are anti-Semitic? Yeah, I'm struggling to say, like, this guy's saying a lot, but he hasn't actually disproved anything either. He's just like, oh, that's just like right-wing propaganda. Okay, fine, it's right-wing propaganda, but like, you know, tell us why it's right-wing propaganda. Come on. I asked a question earlier. How can you be Australian if you have never seen Mad Max? Are you a sheep fucker LARPing as an Aussie? Why do I have to be a sheep fucker LARPing as an Aussie? Hey, I can still be Aussie sheep fucker and not have seen Mad Max. I don't know. I just have never seen Mad Max, to be honest. I apologize. I will rectify that. I'll do my best. Yeah, this guy blabs a lot. LOL. Yeah, a lot. Like, he hasn't even come up with anything. At least the cringy dude before was like saying why he's wrong. Cav making yapper videos is his thing, to be honest. Okay, fair enough. We'll give him a bit more time. He's just warming up. What's this? The simulated Leviathan, the Epstein 2 AI, Kabbalah, Golem, Schizo, Pipeline. New law just dropped. Okay.
Regards to Russia, and also what he thinks communism is. He sees communism as a weapon of capitalism to destroy the enemies that both share. So apparently to Zhang, which is wrong, both communism and capitalism have the enemies of nationalism, they have the enemies of monarchies, they have the enemies of socialism. Even for me saying that, it's probably ringing alarm bells in your head. Capitalists don't hate monarchies don't hate capitalism. It's a bit of a nuanced conversation, but by and large, they aren't opposed to each other. But we'll get into all of that today. But if you like the video after you've watched it, please leave a like. If you want to support my work, please check out my Patreon page and check out my YouTube memberships. And if you want to follow me on social media, follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky at The Cavernacle, and let's get into the video. So like I said...
Okay, slow down. So you need to watch the Mel Gibson ones. Now, the Mel Gibson one, if we're talking about the same thing, it's just like him driving around a fucking car and like jumping over things, right? That's Mad Max. But like the stuff that you were showing this morning were like pictures of people I don't know, defending Bowser's or something like that and fighting over some desert wasteland. I think I've seen the original Mad Max then. I haven't seen the other shit. So you're suggesting that I need to watch the other ones as well, right? If that's what I'm hearing. It's kind of like Meth Smoker meets Bong Smoker who grew up watching Ancient Aliens. There are 3. Okay, so I've only watched 1. And it's just like him driving around. Like literally just driving around the whole thing. It's just a car lover's movie, I guess. And he's just like doing stunts in the car. Fuck that, just watch Escape from LA. Yeah, I watched Escape from New York the other day, so I need to catch up on Escape from LA. All right. The new one isn't max focus, but it's good action, practical effects worth watching in 4K and seeing behind the scenes. All right, fair enough.
We're going to be expanding upon a take that he had in my last video, but he's actually done another lecture about it. So we're going to look at this. So he's again reiterating the point that the Bolshevik Revolution was bought and paid for by Wall Street capitalists. And he extends this further to talking about how Trotsky was essentially outmaneuvered by Stalin to rule the Soviet Union, and what the Bolsheviks felt like they had been promised by the Western financial elite for overthrowing Tsar Nicholas and the provisional government after him.
So there's a lot. So the Bolsheviks were far behind. So how did the Bolsheviks, the Red Army, win the war? Well, guys, they had a lot of help. Okay. They had a lot of mercenaries coming to the country, tens of thousands of mercenaries to help them, especially the Chinese mercenaries, the Latvians, the Hungarians, okay? Why, how did they get all this money? Transnational capital. Wall Street and the city of London were bankrolling the Soviets. Also, we have to remember that at this time in history, during the revolution, Britain and France, United States, Japan sent armies into Russia. Now, what you learn in class is, oh, it's because they are capitalists and they fear the communists, and that's why they sent armies to try to reduce the Bolshevik threat. That's not true, guys. This is a book called Wall Street and the Russian Revolution. A historian by the name of Richard Spence. He spent a lot of time collecting documents that show that, in fact, transnational capital were helping the Bolsheviks win power in Russia. Why? Because they believed in the Bolsheviks? No, because transnational capital, first and foremost, steals. You understand? They like revolution because revolution is an opportunity to steal as much as you can. Okay, you can buy things really cheaply during a revolution, and this is his argument.
So yeah, this is just another video where Professor Zhang is reiterating a lot of the points he made in the other one, and he also cites the...
Yes, yo, what did I miss? Oh, wait, we're watching some dude called Tabernacle, who seems to be a commie apparently, like debunking Professor Zhang. But like I'm still like we're about 8 minutes in. I really haven't heard anything of substance yet, but like we're getting there. I feel like we've warmed up to something here, and he's about to tell us why Zhang is complete fucking fraud. So that's where we're at. Wait, what? So the revolution was a product of the USA and China? Dude, that's a stretch. Okay. I'm gonna pretend he's been reading Richard Spencer instead, lol. I found someone for Right Wing Fridays. I'll send it through tonight. The dude hits the hard J when he says Jews. It's wild. Okay. Oh lordy, Friday gonna go off again? Friday's gonna be heavy. All right, hit me up because I think Spandog's give me 2 good sources already actually for Far Right Fridays. He's giving me one from Britain about like great replacement theory and like it's the end of the great decline or the fall of UK's culture is gone. And there was another one which is the Steve Zed takedown of the NDIS, like Nick Shirley styles. I do want to watch that, to be honest, because that's blowing up in Australia, I guess you would say. Nick Shirley Australian styles. I'm gonna need to take Fridays off for a while, lol. Calm down. Everybody loves Far Right Fridays. It's their favorite day of the fucking week.
Same historian is reiterating a lot of the points he made in the other one, and he also cites the same historian a guy called Richard Spence, who teaches at the University of Idaho. And like I said in the other video, I have done a history degree, and you know, you haven't heard of many historians, there's so many, but I've never heard of this guy. And then I go into his history. His most popular books, his only books really, are The Real History of Secret Societies, Secrets of the Occult, Secret Agent 666, Crimes of the Century, The Secret World of Sidney Riley. So it appears just from reading this guy's output as an author, a lot of his work revolves around conspiracy theories and secret societies, and that's something Professor Zhang's whole world.
Can you watch some Friendly Geordies videos and translate them? I miss half of what he's saying. Why? Because you don't understand his accent? Eh? Is that what you need translation for? Yeah, just tell me what you want, Han. I'll be your personal translator for you. Outside of a stream, I'll do it for free, just for you. It's well known that 2 banks from Israel and 3 from America funded Hitler's rise to power and his military. It's well known.
Worldview actually revolves around, and you might have seen that in various interviews he's done with Piers Morgan, Breaking Points. He often ends his conclusion by talking about the Illuminati, Frankists, Freemasons, and it sounds like absolutely batshit insane.
Where, if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of 3 major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus.
Who's got subs for the boys? Let me check this out. 4IS, Skipton subs. Thank you, 4IS. You legend. Good on ya. Thank you, 4IS. As always, you fucking legend. Fucking legend. He mixes heavy accent and slang. Sometimes I lose him. Just use ChatGPT, bro. It'll tell you. Do what Zhang does. I hate to do it, but I found a third for Fire Right Friday. Apparently Aiden Ross is hosting boxing matches now. You mean you can't understand his mix of Aussie bogan with South Park and Family Guy imitations? LOL. Oh, man. I'm going to have to tell him that take. Just here to watch Trash Fire. He will fucking seethe. He hates South Park and Family Guy, that's for sure. But I guess no one can escape from imitations, can they?
Of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times. Right. So I actually don't say the real power base is Israel. What I say is that the real power base are a collection of secret societies that have an eschatological view of this war. And these secret societies include the Freemasons, which are now called the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templars. They include Jewish organizations called the Sephardim Frankists, who are embedded in religious movements called Shabbat Lubavitch. And then you have the Jesuits. You have a collection of secret societies. And they believe that a war in the Middle East would start a process that would culminate in the end times.
But if you are reading a historian...
Geordies is my favorite lefty. He's at least entertaining, and his smugness doesn't translate. I just think he is being Aussie. Interesting.
Who is also like you in that view of history.
Would start a process that would culminate in the end times.
But if you are reading a historian who is also like you in that view of history, then you can understand why Professor Zhang has this worldview. And one thing I will say about historians, like I said, I've done a history degree. I had some great teachers. Some of them were pretty well-known historians, especially about like medieval history and stuff. But I will say, part of doing a history degree is doing historiography, looking at historians' work themselves and analysing how credible they are, or pitting them against each other and seeing where they agree and where they disagree, or maybe where they are wrong. And a case study I remember we did in our final year was there's a big debate in America between historians if America could have won the Vietnam War. And the conservative historians, they all say, yes, we could have won the Vietnam War, where the more orthodox opinion is that America could not have won the Vietnam War. What does that victory even look like? How would they have achieved, like, at the very least, the survival of South Vietnam? And why that was interesting is because it made you realize that, yes, a lot of historians have a political agenda, and just like what Professor Jiang does, even though he's not an actual historian, is they'll take the facts and manipulate it into their argument, and they'll often ignore and omit certain things that would counter their argument. And I feel like, you know, I don't know anything about this Richard Spence, but when you're putting out work like he has done about Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, I'm skeptical because that isn't the mainstream opinion. It could just be like the conservatives who view the Vietnam War in a certain way. But at the same time, even if his book is very credible and it, you know, it's very well sourced, at the same time, Professor Jiang takes that and goes in a direction which I don't think is credible, no matter what this book is even saying in the first place. Like, I don't actually have to know the work he's citing to know that Professor Jiang is basically full of shit when it comes to this stuff. So let's get to the end bit of the lecture where he talks about Stalin and Trotsky, because...
But like, he didn't really debunk it any more than he just said, no, it's just wrong. This is right-wing trash, and so he's wrong. Like, he didn't give evidence as to why the Bolsheviks weren't funded by the British or Wall Street. Like, it's entirely plausible that the Bolsheviks were given funding in some way, shape, or form in order to carry out their activities. Like, they would have needed some type of funding. So, like, he could have just debunked that instead of just saying, like, no, Jiang's he's a knob. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I was expecting more from this guy. I don't know why. But he's just like, no, I don't agree. This guy's wrong. That's all he said. Maybe he gets better with the thing about Stalin then.
Again, this is just flat out wrong, but I need you to understand this before we go into him talking more directly about how capitalism and communism are actually allies and not at odds with each other.
Okay, so after the Bolsheviks consolidated power, after the Cuban Civil War, everyone assumes that Trotsky would be the new leader. But it's Stalin that becomes the new leader, okay? Why? Because after the war ends, there's expectation among the Bolsheviks that, you know, we help the transnational capital so much, they're gonna help us rebuild our nation, okay? They're gonna give us loans,
I thought he was gonna
they will give us
debunk
technology
the
to help us
funding better,
rebuild.
or discuss how even if it's true, it doesn't mean it's the sole motivator. Yeah. Like, it could still be true. It's just like, it's not some weird right wing or like Jewish psyop or something like that. Like, it could still be the fact that they got funding from somewhere. It's just like, as he was saying, people manipulate the story to suit their own agendas or something like that. It's very interesting. Hey, sick dog, feeling better? I am. Thank you very much. I do feel much better. Can I just say? Much, much better. Thanks for asking. I didn't feel so good yesterday, but I do feel good today. So many good arguments to make with evidence, but he's doing the same thing. He's accusing Jiang of and just saying shit. Yeah, it feels like it. I thought, like, as if this guy's like a commie historian, he'd be like, no, I've studied this shit. I'm a commie. And this is why he's wrong. People manipulate stories to fit their own agenda. That's why I believe mainstream historians. Yeah, but was that his argument before? It was just like, yeah, so you got to go with the mainstream because at least everyone's manipulating the story to fit into a general narrative as opposed to a fringe narrative. I guess that's what he was saying, wasn't it? Fully sick, cuz. Interesting.
Russia. And guess what happened? Transnational capital says, no, you guys are good. We're good. We made our money, okay? And so now what's happening is that Leon Trotsky, who is a Jew, he gets blamed, right? Because Leon Trotsky is the one who brought in transnational capital. He's the one who facilitated this exchange. And now the Bolsheviks thinking, oh, this is a Jewish conspiracy. You Jews were planning on us all along to steal everything from us and then screw us over in the end, okay? And that's why Stalin won.
So one of my problems with watching more Professor Zhang's content is he often makes like very obvious mistakes. But I can overlook that when you're giving a lecture, maybe off like little notes you have, and even myself, you know, I make mistakes sometimes talking about history because I'm talking off the top of my head. I'm sympathetic to people making mistakes. But in this, he's just like, in my opinion, completely wrong. So he's saying that after the Civil War, there was an expectation amongst the Bolsheviks that the people who had funded the Bolshevik Revolution, like this is Zhang's version of the Bolshevik Revolution, not the real version, they expected them to help them build up the Soviet Union because we helped you, like Wall Street, you paid for this revolution, we overthrew the Romanovs, we beat the whites, and now you could collect all that Romanov asset overseas, and now come give us what you promised, come give us that money. And that is just not what happened. And also, for some reason, he's not talking about Lenin because Lenin was still the leader of the Soviet Union after the Civil War, before Stalin took over in 1928. And people like Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership, they knew there would be a period of time after they overthrew the government and they were creating the Soviet state that a lot of Western countries would not deal with them. And they'd have to build it up on their own. But eventually, because Russia has so much like natural resources and has historically traded with the West, they would eventually normalize relations and they would eventually start doing financial dealings with the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union did normalize relations with the United Kingdom in 1924. This did actually begin to happen in Lenin's own lifetime, before his death and before Stalin took over about 4 years later. So there was no expectation in the Bolshevik leadership that anyone was coming to save them after they literally overthrew the government, killed the royal family, who was related to the European monarchs, then waged a war against the Western allies, including waging war against Western forces themselves inside Russia, winning all that. They weren't thinking, after that was all done, we become best friends with all these countries. They weren't expecting that. But in Zhang's view, because in this version of history, Wall Street fund all this stuff, that's what they were expecting. They were expecting Wall Street to come good. And I also think this history about the anti-Semitism towards Trotsky is someone who might have used ChatGPT or just briefly read some stuff or just read this Richard Spence guy, because the anti-Semitism against Trotsky obviously is something that had happened, but this was more of a thing that happened after he left the Soviet Union to completely disgrace him. When he was being outmaneuvered by Stalin for leadership, his main campaign against him wasn't based in anti-Semitism, and it definitely wasn't based in saying he was an asset of Wall Street and bankers and playing into all these like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. The anti-Semitism of Stalin, which ramped up particularly in the early 1950s, but also in the 1930s as well, was due to things like Israel and then believing Jews to be spies for Israel and the West and stuff like that, rather than these anti-Semitic tropes, which, you know, were things that existed in Russia before and after the revolution. And I'm just using all of this to show you that Zhang's understanding of communist history is bad. It's based on conspiracy theories, and it's based on this one historian's book who seems to publish a lot of work based on conspiracy theories. And these are conspiracy theories mainly about secret societies completely running the world. Now let's get into another video. So this is actually the video I talked about before, but I didn't play this part because I didn't want to talk about political theory as much as I wanted to talk about the history side. So in my last video, I focused on basically what he was just saying. And now we're going to get into what he views communism and capitalism as. Now, when he initially said in this video that communism and capitalism were kind of...
Like, he's just saying he's wrong. Like, you know, fair enough. He thinks Zhang's wrong. Like, I'm a historian. I've got a degree in history. So I say Zhang's wrong, so he's wrong. Like, I guess that's fine content. But, like, it's not compelling. That's all. Like, the other dude, actually, I feel bad for criticizing Flint Nimble, or whatever the fuck that guy's name was. Because, like, he was cringy, but, like, he did a little... I felt like he was more convincing than this guy. No, that's what you do. Sorry, no. No, that's how you do it right. But these pop political channels don't bother. Or their team doesn't, yeah. Yeah, this guy sucks. That's unfortunate. Like, there's a lot to work with here. Why Zhang is he got even worse. It's kind of clickbaity stuff, isn't it? Clickbaity. Pipeline. What's this? Is this stuff for tomorrow? Interesting. Double your wrong to infinity times infinity plus no backsies or returnsies. Oh, I'm calling him that from now on. Dibble Flint. Whatever his name was. Is it that? Is that the guy? That's unfortunate. I get it's okay to say he's wrong, but saying there's an elite cabals running the world makes me wonder if he's somewhere in the files. Okay. I dropped mine in video suggestions. Is this for tomorrow? Is this for... I love how people get excited for Far Right Fridays now. I love it. What did you drop it in, did you say? In video suggestions. I hate to throw a third for Far Right Fridays. We're already stacked, but actual Nazi boxing match had to make the list. Oh, really? Is this actual Nazi boxing? I guess we could watch that. Is this how people get in on the pipeline, I guess? Watching Nazis beat the crap out of each other? I guess we could get down with that. Flint be nimble, Flint be quick. His name is Dibble, you dick. Oh, sorry. Flint Dibble. Let's go with that one. Let's go with that one. All right, I got to leave it there. But, like, thank you, everybody who's been interacting today. Who did the challenge? Who did the fucking... Who did the $2 super chat target? It was you, Wookie, wasn't it? Thank you, Wookie. Thank you, 4AS, for the subs. You legend. Jag, what do you think, bro? I think this last hour is like underwhelming. I thought someone was gonna. I thought these two pricks were gonna savagely destroy Jiang forever. Like no return. Jiang is lost to history. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It didn't happen. I thought someone was gonna put Jiang to bed. I gotta feel like it didn't do it for me. The chat did better than those two duds. Very good. Yeah, thank you very much, Wookie. Thank you very much, 4AS. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, goddamn legends. So who we got today? Spandong, 4AS, Wookie, Woozle. Just here to watch a trash fire, XNF, KK Online, Heidi the Sausage coming in at the end there. Jag. What else we got? Like I said, 4AS already. Tagard, the Great. What else we got here? Han coming in and out today. Calzone coming in and out today as well. Who else have I missed? Dilemmas. Rogue hanging out. What's all I got here? Don't want to miss anyone. Voltateur in the house. Thank you, everyone, for your interactions. I think Ravy Baby was in here earlier, but I can't go back that far. But yeah, thank you, everybody. Hanging out. If you've been lurking, thank you very much. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, hit that like button. And we'll be back tomorrow to finish off the week with some Far Right Fridays. We're going to learn about the NDIS and some other shit. So strap yourselves in. And I will see you same time, same place tomorrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.